Hello. It's time for light and night. So, my thoughts were I would start with just trying to get a physically accurate night vision put in. So when it gets dark, you would essentially just have some additional exposure in certain wavelengths. And by certain wavelengths, I just mean I would take the light that's coming in and multiply it by, or take the illumination of light and multiply it by a color. I was also just looking over some of this stuff that I was looking at yesterday, and I never quite realized it, but this LMS space, LMS stands for long, medium, and short, and these pretty much correlate with the long, medium, and short wavelengths that our eyes can detect. Long being red, medium being green, and short being blue. Those are the colors we would associate with those wavelengths. So, yeah, I was looking at the LMS color space. Apparently this is, I say apparently. Of course it's a thing. I just didn't know the words for it, so I couldn't quite locate it. But I eventually found it. I have no idea what these functions are supposed to mean, honestly. You have J. I don't know what J is. The chromaticity coordinates for spectral distribution J. But yeah. Essentially what I would do is I would take my RGB values. Okay, this is also another good thing to look at. I don't need that. I don't need this. Oh, here. So, Unity's white balance node, which is a graphics shader node, okay? They take the in color and they essentially in linear 2, I guess? Linear? Linear to long, medium, short, I suppose is what that's supposed to mean. Although these values are quite small. I mean, I said they're small, they're like, 0.5, 0.9, 0.1. So, it seems like what they do, they take your temperature, they compute essentially a CIE. I can't remember what this really stands for. Also, I've discovered yesterday that I can simply, on Twitch, I can literally just click my VOD and click export and it just sends it to YouTube. I really wish I knew that when I started doing all this, because that's like a month worth of VODs that are lost. I thought they kept them. Apparently they're really serious that they don't keep them. I tried going to their support contact page and I clicked all the options and it basically said, oh, looks like you want to recover your VODs. we seriously, definitely, actually delete those, and you cannot get them back. Which, I mean, I still honestly don't really believe, but they seem serious. They seem quite serious about not having the VODs, so I guess they are lost. But I started clicking through the oldest one that I had, which was, 7 days ago, and I started putting that on YouTube, so maybe someday in the future, I don't know, could be a cool video if I've ever finished this game, and if it does well. Pretty much we get to watch like 100% of the development of the game. Almost 100%, minus, 2 months. I say 2 months, minus like a month and a half. It may be more like a month. CIE, of course it's French though, because we say International Commission on Illuminance, and they are Commission Internationale Illuminance or something in French. L'éclairage. Commission Internationale de l'Éclairage. Yeah, this is, it's not like LMS, XYZ, RGB, CIE. That's hard to say. Alright, but anyway. They do CIE XY to LMS. So they compute the long, medium, short values. They use that to compute a white balance value. And then they convert the incoming color from linear to LMS. They multiply it by the balance point, which they calculated here. And then they convert that back to linear. So perhaps this is actually a matrix I've been looking for, now that I think about it. LMS to linear. So if I look at these values, these would be RGB going across. So the red value contributes some red, a little bit more green, and very little blue, which is interesting. The green value contributes a little bit of red, lots of green. That's like almost all the green is contributed to green here. And then also a little bit of blue, a very little bit of blue, even less blue than red does, which is interesting. And then the blue color contributes a little bit to red, a little bit to green, and then a whole lot of blue. Right, and then going backwards, which I assume is just kind of the inverse of this. I say the inverse. I'm not sure what kind of inverse you compute for this, but the short channel contributes 2 to red, very negatively to green, and super negative, well, slightly negative to blue. The green channel contributes negatively to red, over 1 to green, and then a very little bit of blue. And the blue channel contributes very negatively, I guess I should be saying short, contributes very negatively to long range, or long wavelength, a little bit negative to, or very, very slightly negative to long, slightly negative to green, short, medium, and then all blue. So these look like, what do they call them? Like linear, chromatically sharpened, spectrally sharpened transform. Essentially, it would look more like this, right? And this isn't actually RGB. This is long, medium, short. These are kind of more correct values. Or I guess, either one of these two would be more correct. You would essentially not get any red, and green don't contribute at all to blue, which is kind of nuts to me, that green doesn't contribute at all. But then, well, I guess this is also XYZ as well, so it's kind of a little bit different. I would like to know where they got these values from, because this goes straight from linear to, I'm assuming linear RGB, to long, medium, short. You know, eye color. Alright, well anyway, I don't really need to worry about that. Because kind of a big deal about this is you have to compute a white point. I would essentially want my white point to be not to be a, what's the word? Not to essentially turn a reddish white into pure white, but to turn very, very red to a little bit less intense red, right? Maybe more, at least for color vision, maybe a little bit of, maybe a little bit more green. So maybe the red light turns a little bit more of like a soft orange after a while. And an orange light turns a little bit of a soft yellow kind of thing, right? A very blue light turns a bit more, I even know what that would go towards green, so turn like turquoise or cyan or something. A lighter looking color. But unfortunately those don't really work. I guess this matrix maybe kind of works. Because this says that, you know, red contributes some to blue. Green contributes a little bit more to blue, 10 times more to blue. Green contributes a little bit to red and an even smaller amount to blue. Red contributes very slightly. Or actually, red contributes more to green than it does to red, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, this is the kind of color, temperature, white balance that I would want. But I wouldn't go full force on the white balance. Which, I don't know, I kind of want to do a little bit more research on maybe how the eye like, how does the eye do this, right? How do we do this? Because we definitely do it, but I guess anything that I would come up with would just be a straight up guess about how I think it works. I've noticed that when I close my right eye for a while and keep my left eye open in broad daylight, I see warmer colors in my left eye and see cooler colors in my right eye when I open it. Yeah. Lets you see things in all kinds of light conditions. Perceive colors correctly despite variations in the color of the illumination. Mechanism is fatigue in your retinal cells. I mean, this is straight up Reddit, so this guy could literally be waffling. Fatigue in your retinal cells, which makes each cell's response self-adjust as fresh, unexposed pigment gets regenerated in the eye. In bright light, not only does the total amount of pigment shrink, the rate of regeneration also shrinks. There are other time-dependent, spatially dependent adjustment mechanisms, but that is the dominant one. Pretty sure I read, if making a comparison between eye and camera dynamic range, then the eye would be around 20 to 25 stops, 15 to 18 for high-end cinema cameras. If you want to pick ripe fruit or spot predators on a rainy morning. This guy could be straight up lying. I'm an optical engineer. I have to study color for a long time. Had to. Diagnosing cancer, so that goes out to be just right. If the camera that is your eye that sends the images to your brain, which has to interpret them, cameras have a number. Okay, we're talking about cameras or eyes? The iris, black hole that lets light into the sensor. If it's bigger lets in more light, loses resolution because of increased spherical and other aberrations. In the case of the eye, cameras often have an iris to be used this way. Cameras use it for depth contrast and a bunch of other things than light control because they aren't foveal and have better optical correction. Cameras also have gain control. This is how much signal occurs for each bit of light. Yeah. Our vision system gets around a lot of the complicated optical issues by only working in the very center, and we scan our eyes around for our brains to fill in, keep the details. Okay. All the features of the human vision system, it has a dynamic range much higher, with a much higher resolution than any electronic vision system available because it is so adaptable. Establish patterns over time, adapt and work right. One eye adapting to dark without the other, and then taking time to come back is just part of our vision system's staggeringly large capability to adapt to strange and weird situations that it may have never experienced before. This is super not helpful. Why did I get 18? That actually didn't explain a single thing. This sort of provides a brief overview. Essentially, light causes chemicals in retinal cells to convert into another form, which is referred to as bleaching. Different sets of rods and codes in each eye experience different levels of bleaching when one eye is closed. Need to be recycled back to their original configuration. Interesting. Rod cell, cone cell, bipolar cell, horizontal cell. What a very clever name, horizontal cell. Oh man. So the cones contain color vision, right? These are the rod cells. They're just one color. I'm guessing this is probably also trying to imply that we have way more rod cells than cone cells, and we also have more green cells than the other two. Which would make sense. Because green is mostly how we see brightness of stuff. We don't really call blue bright, we wouldn't call red bright, but we definitely call green bright. The retinoid cycle steps. Can I... Nice. How can I make this wider? A little bit wider, please. I can read. Can I get monospace? Oh yeah. Okay, I won't do monospace. I'll just do... Make it slightly less. Well, okay, I guess I gotta go that small for it to fit on stream there. Okay, I think I'll just read through this. Essentially, my whole idea is that I want to kind of try to model how our eyes function, and if the idea behind that is if I model it correctly, I can get a very good-looking result. Essentially just modeling it, right? But I need to know how it works to model it correctly. Otherwise, I would just be guessing, and that guess could just be really bad. And I wouldn't know it's really bad until I spent, you know, hours implementing it, and then I look at it, I'm like, wow, this kind of sucks. And I wouldn't know if it's because my model was bad or my parameters are bad. But if I know I have the right model, then I can just adjust parameters. Yeah, I think I'm just going to read this, think a little bit more about how I might do white balancing, and then go ahead and try to get the night vision in. Okay. The retinoid cycle. Also called the visual cycle, is a complex system which replenishes the compounds that are needed for light to activate the receptors in the eye. Replenishes the compounds. The cycle was first described but in detail by George Wald, for which he won a Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 1967. There are three important photoreceptors found in the retina in the back of the eye. The main two types are rod cells and cone cells. Rod cells are involved in low light vision and are found around the edges of the retina. For they are also important in peripheral vision. Okay. I will say there is an interesting thing that I saw happen once, and it must have been a wavelength of light that was specifically tuned for rod cells, because I remember that I was just standing outside and there's this really bright blue light, like super, super bright. I'm like, oh, what is that? And I look at it and then it vanishes and it's gone. I'm like looking around for it and I can't see it. I'm like, weird. I literally, as soon as I look away, the light comes straight back. And I'm like, okay, what is that? And then it's gone again. And at that point I realized, I'm like, I can't see this when I look at it, but when I look away, I can see it. I had to look like 90 degrees or like 45 degrees off to be able to see this light. And I mean, it was bright. Like, it was annoyingly bright. Like, if I was sitting at my computer and this light was off to the side, I could not focus because it was just so bright. And I had kind of heard that at least how the eye is laid out, I guess, you have like a little bit more color sensitivity on peripheral vision than you do straightforward, which is kind of what I heard was the thing. Like, things look brighter when you look away from them. I have these like bright RGB fans on my computer, so I'm looking directly at them and I look away, and I would say maybe they feel a little bit brighter. I don't know, but I guess this explains why. Because it was also at night when this happened. I guess it would explain why I could not see. It was at night and I was just inside, so the lights were on. So my, I would say probably my cone cells were really saturated, right? So they weren't very responsive. But when I walked outside, suddenly my cone cells are starved and I can very clearly see this like wavelength of blue in my peripheral vision. Maybe this explains why. The rod cells around the edges of the retina, important in peripheral vision. That's probably why I could literally not see this light when I looked at it, but I could see it very clearly when I looked away. Oh, and it was really far away too. It was like in a field, like probably a mile or two away. I say a mile or two away. I think the horizon is like a mile. So I guess it would be like half a mile away. It was very far. It was certainly very far. I could not see anything except like when I looked directly at it. It was just black. I couldn't see anything around the area, and even my peripheral, all I could see was just that there was light. So something was going on out in that field. I don't know what it was, but very cool. Now I know why. Probably why that happened is because the rod cells were probably picking up light that I couldn't see looking directly at it. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna keep reading. Enough rambling. Cone cells are mainly found in the center of the retina and mediate the detection of different colors. 3 types, which are activated by different wavelengths. When a certain combination of these 3 type cones are activated, this equates to a particular color that the brain can interpret. Very interesting wording. Both rod cells and cone cells contain a type of protein called opsins, which are light sensitive and are needed for phototransduction, where light hitting the retina is turned into an electrical signal via the optic nerve to the brain. Opsins are G protein coupled receptors, so when activated they activate a cascade of other reactions which lead to the production of electrical signals to the brain. Opsin molecules combine with chromophore 11 cis-retinol, I guess that's a chemical, to form rhodopsin, which is the main pigment found in rod cells, is converted to all-trans-retinol. What? When light stimulates the photoreceptors. Is released from the opsin. In order for the cells to be stimulated again, and for more signals sent to the brain, the all-trans-retinol needs to be recycled back into 11-cis-retinol. Okay. Here? About here? Which way is this going? Right, this is the in. This is in to the out. Also, this little part here, this is the optic nerve, I believe, is what they called that. It's like slightly off. So if I'm counting this eye, it's like slightly off to this side. I think it's that way. But essentially, there's like a spot. There's images made to make it very clear to you. But there's a spot that you literally cannot see. Essentially, it's there. Literally, it's just like a hole in your vision. Your brain just straight up fills it in. It just takes like the surrounding information around the area and fills that whole spot in with that color, pretty much. So there's these images set up so that they have like a white background and then 2 black dots. You would look at one black dot with one eye and the other dot disappears. It's really cool. I'm not going to simulate that. There's no need for that. That's just crazy. And it would be really obvious because then you could look at the spot and be like, wow, that looks really dumb. Probably work better in VR. But I mean, there's no need to simulate that because your brain already does it, so. Or your biology already does it. I guess your brain, right? Okay, most of the recycling occurs in a section of the retina called the retinal pigment epithelium, or RPE cells. Oh, man. The RPE is a layer of cells located in the outermost layer of the retina and attached to the choroid. Choroid? Where blood vessels are located. Okay. Located in the outermost layer. Yeah. Whoops. The cycle begins after light hits the retina and stimulates a photoreceptor, producing all-trans-retinal. It's pumped out of the photoreceptors by the transporter abcaphore. Very good name there. And reduced into, I assume that's a protein. That's my guess. I don't even know. I feel like that's how they name proteins. They just give them letters because there's so many of them. And reduced into all-trans-retinol. Retinol and retinol. Dude, how do you say these words differently? By retinol dehydrogenases. Yeah. All-trans-retinol diffuses into RPE cells. Okay. Lecithin retinol. Is that acyl or acyl? Acyltransferase? LCAT. Esterifies. Esterifies. All-trans-retinol into retinol. Dude, are we serious? Retinol, and retinil. You literally could not talk about these. What would you say, like A, O, and Y? If you were to talk to somebody about this? These retinol esters are stored into retinosomes. Dude. Really funny. They just did. I feel like they just straight up didn't even try. They're like, oh, hey, cool, we've discovered all these proteins and chemicals here. Retinol, and retinil. What was it? retinosome. I think RPE was like, I don't know. I'm looking at the names. Retinal pigment epithelium. Okay, so this is all the chemical process, but essentially it just means that there's essentially when you see red, it reduces your ability to see red. So it's kind of like exposes down. And it's per cone, right? So I would say, all right, I would read in a color and say, all right, which cells did this stimulate? Which wavelengths did this stimulate? And then I need to drop the response from those. It's essentially what this means to me. But there's a very particular, I guess there's two functions here. One is replenishing and one is taking away. I'm assuming the replenish, there's like a certain point at which the replenish is slower than the replenish is slower than the use. What is it? Wait, what word did I say? There is a use and a reuse. I don't even know. Essentially, they recycle this chemical, protein, whatever. Associated diseases. The eye would not be able to function. Okay. So essentially this just comes out to being, yeah, kind of like, I mean, it kind of comes out to being a little bit like exposure, I guess. Automatic exposure. As you see more, they replenish less, so you're picking up less light. So I guess essentially I can think of, although one thing that bothers me is they say there are 3 important photoreceptors. What's the third one? The 2 main types. What's the third one? That's what I want to know. Because it's not the RPE, because they say that's in a different section. Interesting, though. That was helpful. You see a green fruit. By the light of the settings, I don't think it's ripe. Yes. Alright, AI, maybe you could actually help me here. Because this is just text knowledge and not algorithms. The eye doesn't white balance, rather the human brain performs a continuous color constancy process. The brain. Adapting to the overall color temperature of the ambient light to perceive whites and other colors consistently. Retinal fatigue, that's straight from Reddit. Yeah. The eye does not, the brain does. Okay. The human vision system is complex, involving both photoreceptors and neurons in the eye itself. There's a complex processing in the brain. The main receptor of information from the retina is the lateral a part of the thalamus located pretty much in the center of your head. Ooh, almost spilled my coffee. This in turn routes information. Who even said this? This is only 5. Okay. Main receptors of the information. Yeah. This in turn routes information to the primary visual cortex into... The primary visual cortex processes the information into a 3-dimensional model of the world. Yes. We see in 3 dimensions. Its areas known as V2 and V4, which are important. Cells in V2 process orientation and color. Spatial frequency. I've seen this term twice now, and I don't know what spatial frequency means. It was in this... Was it here? Where was this? They say spatial frequency here. This function. Spatial frequency. Is this essentially the resolution of the eye? Performance of visual acuity is defined by the highest resolvable spatial frequency. That is resolution. You could think of spatial frequency as a pixel. I guess the idea is that whatever your spatial frequency is like, you can think of that as like the width of a pixel. Relative to the human eye. So essentially, it was Corridor Digital. They made a video where they were trying to put numbers. They're trying to define the human eye as a camera. The way we define a camera and its capabilities, they were trying to do that with the eye. There's one experiment where they were doing where they essentially had a white card with 2 very, very close vertical black lines. And they would essentially move this card further and further away until they said, I can't see 2 different lines. It looks like one line. So I suppose that's what this spatial frequency really means. At what distance can you resolve, as like an experiment, at what distance could you resolve 2 vertical lines? Or not necessarily what distance, but how close can the lines be? Can 2 infinitely thin lines, but you can clearly see them, at what distance between each other before you cannot resolve 2 different lines? They even say resolve, right? Highest resolvable spatial frequency. That I feel like is not necessary to... Yeah, this I feel like is even less necessary to reproduce in a game, because our eyes already do that. I'm looking for light. We get such a narrow range of light on a screen that our eyes are capable of actually seeing. That range is what I really need to reproduce. I wonder if I even would need to reproduce then white balance. Would I even need to reproduce that? I guess I should. Right, because if I think about playing a game, you're sitting some distance away from the screen, right? So there's all this stuff around that your brain is taking in. So you're pretty much sitting in an environment that is white. It already has a defined white level. The screen has a defined white level. Essentially the color of this page. So I guess I would need to reproduce that. Slightly. I definitely think whatever I do with that, it's going to be not as intense as probably the brain processes it. Because I remember, these images with... Do they even... It's not even in this one. It would be in... this one. You know, this is like fully white balance corrected, right? But this is probably literally what you see, or close to it. You know, not exactly, but this is closer to what you would see. Everything would still certainly look a bit orange to you, so it wouldn't be so intense. But you would remember this event, right? You'd think about this guy's shirt and you'd say, oh, he was wearing a white shirt. He was wearing a white striped shirt. This guy, you would say, oh, he was wearing a purple shirt. You wouldn't say he was wearing an orange shirt. Right? This guy in the back, oh, he's wearing a blue shirt, although you pretty much can't even see that it's blue. It just looks gray. Right? That kind of stuff. You also have these spots, which I just noticed. This light is white. This is white light, right? I can see on the wall here that this is very white light. But when you color correct it, which is applied to the whole screen, this white becomes blue, which is wrong. You wouldn't look at that and say, oh, that sign is blue. No, you'd say that sign is white. That wall has white light casting onto it. This guy is also wearing a white shirt and a blue shirt, right? You wouldn't look at this and say, oh, that's a blue light. So whatever effect I apply, I guess I could probably just do it like, okay, so the brain is responsible for actually interpreting the color that we see. Okay, so when something is orange, it's cast in orange light. We would still understand that we have to, you know, when I think about what color this shirt is, it's a little bit hard for me to tell, but I could say I would think it's probably pink, maybe a light pink, a very light purple, right? And that's probably what, you know, you would really describe that color as. So even looking at this image, I can already just see, actually, now that I think about it, just looking at this image, I can already tell this is, you know, probably black tile. This has got to be white. You know, it's definitely not yellow. Like it, I mean, maybe it is yellow. But I can already, like, describe what these colors would be if they were not shaded. Even though this is also on an RGB screen, so I don't even see all the wavelengths. I see just 3 wavelengths coming at this picture. So yeah, I guess that means your brain is already good enough, because your brain essentially just gets 3 signals. You don't see the full spectrum. That's green, you know, green, right? The sky is blue. So I guess what I would do is I would do a very slight white balance. Very, very slight. Probably just to the point of modeling how the incoming information, what the information is, right? Because I could really think of it as just trying to give me, the viewer, the information I need to understand what I'm looking at. And I mean, the longer I look at this image, the less orange it looks also, which is strange enough. I feel like this image is really familiar to me now, having stared at it for like a minute. And this image probably looks a bit strange, perhaps in comparison. But I definitely remember when I was first going through this, I was like, wow, that's really, really orange, you know? Wow, this is really, really blue, right? I wonder if I should look at this for a little while and see what changes. So I think it definitely is that I want to leave these colors in here. I want the blue to be literally blue on the screen. But I guess what I would change is probably helping the viewer a little bit, get some clues, or get a better idea of the environment. So what I would do is essentially just say, I guess have a function, right? that as light of certain colors come in, we start increasing like reducing stuff, right? I would start reducing how much blue is being put out on the screen. That's probably what I would do. That's my thought. I'm still looking at this image. Maybe I should zoom into the image. Okay. Oh, it is getting bigger. Good. I mean, yeah, I feel like there definitely is kind of like a fatigue going on for this color. Because strangely, this is looking green. I feel like I wasn't noticing green before, but now I'm like seeing that these trees are green. The sky looks oddly green, which is a bit weird to me. I feel like the sky doesn't look blue anymore. It looks green. But yeah, I think I definitely didn't notice that this was green before. I feel like this suddenly just jumped out to me and said, oh yeah, look how green this is. I'm sure that color was always there. Actually, there's this really green pixel here. I feel like I can tell the color of the scarf now. It's like purple and red. Or like a really dark purple and red. I'm going to assume that these are raw images too. These are not like RGB images. So when I scroll down to look at the color balanced one in like a minute or two, a couple seconds, maybe. These lights are very yellow now. They feel quite yellow to me. I feel like I wouldn't say this guy looks blue anymore. I mean, he's clearly blue. Like, I would say this is definitely a blue tinted image. But it doesn't look strange to me. Now this one. Okay, so I was right about the color. I did miss this orange, though. I totally missed that. I totally missed that there was this orange-green, like really dark green color here. Those lights are definitely yellow lights as well. I can see this green now. Yeah, like almost immediately I go back up to this one. This one looks really blue again. Well, the sky still looks oddly green. Okay. Right, I think it's my idea. Whatever I do with having like a sort of auto white balance, I think I will do it by essentially just reading in the colors from the screen and saying, hey, how much blue? All right, we got a lot of blue. Let's turn the blue down, right? Or essentially I would just go to the long, medium, short color space and then use that as like white balance multipliers, right? Convert to lot. This matrix I might just use. Although I don't like that the matrix... Okay, well, here's what I do like about the matrix. I do like that everything is positive. I also like that green contributes a little bit, red contributes less to blue. You know, it's kind of in an order that makes sense, right? Red and green are kind of close, very little blue again. This one's a bit weird though. The red channel has a higher... It has an impact on red, but it also has a high impact on green. A higher impact on green. That's kind of crazy to me. But this kind of makes sense to me. This one, I mean, this is just the inverse, so I guess I can't really say anything about it. It does seem odd that there's a negative quantity to red on blue. I mean, it's only slightly negative. It's, you know, it's quite small. It's quite a small impact. But I think I need to save those matrices and use that to compute my LMS, right? So I'd essentially have a multiplier that I'm tracking, or 3 multipliers in the background that I'm tracking. I'm tracking my long multiplier, my medium multiplier, my short multiplier. So when I get too much of one color, I start to turn that down. I would basically track to correct that. And still leave it to the real brains and the real eyes to do most of the work there. Because like I said, literally looking at this image, just like looking at it, I feel like I could already see, my eyes and my brain putting in work to make this look not blue to me. But of course, like I said, I am limited by, I could have just clicked it. I am limited by the capabilities of the screen. So even though this, like in reality, this would still be like just as much red coming into my eye as blue, on the when it's projected down to RGB, we cut out a lot of that red. So I don't get any of that anymore. Like I said, I pretty much missed that this was orange and green. I would say this is black, but this is clearly orange and green. When I say clearly, I mean not there, but when you scroll down and you look at it, then it's orange and green. See, orange, and that color's got to be green. I don't think that's just black. I think that's green. It could also just be the white balance has turned this black color green, maybe, but I think there's green. Also, white balance and physically based rendering pipelines. Maybe I should read more of this, because does he actually get into rendering? Or does he, because it kind of felt like he was just talking about it. He never actually said, here's what you could do. He just said, look at all these color balanced lights. Also, yeah, these blue to like blue goggles and stuff, this is just the exact opposite of what I would see when I wear those orange goggles. I would see this, but as intense orange as this is intense blue. And then when I would take them off, I would see pretty much this. I would see this. This is what it would literally look like to me. I wonder if he continues talking about this. IBL. I've seen this word. I say word, this acronym, IBL. It was in a variable name for exposure. IBL, exposure normalization. I think it was the variable name. I think I didn't quite read through this one. Yeah, you know what? Let me go through this article again. I say again, pretty much for the first time, because I didn't really go through it. I think I really skimmed this and just looked at the pictures. Okay. They say IBL. What is IBL? I'm just going to literally just search for this phrase. Image-based lighting. I guess that literally just means reading in the image you're printing to the screen and then computing as luminance and just applying that. So if you're outputting the range like 2 to 5, you want to scale that down to like, 0 to... Eventually you want to get it down to 0 to 1, but it's more like which side do you clamp? How do you compress it? Do you expand it? Do you instead say, oh, let's go from 2 to 5, let's expand that out so that 0 is still at 0, and then 5 is at 1. I guess that would be compressing it, wouldn't it? Well, I guess not really. That would actually be stretching it. Compressing it would be taking 2 to 5 and then slamming that down to like a range smaller than 2 to 5, or a relatively smaller range. Actually, is that? I don't know what compressing and stretching means, apparently. That is an important note. This is, however, how I think I perceived the scene at that time. So I guess when you ask about white balance, the more I'm getting into this, more I'm thinking it's wrong to try doing that. You could maybe give soft hints, I think. Because you have to understand that your viewer is still going to be in an environment where white is well defined. And their screen is essentially not in that environment. The screen is like its own window. So if you put, if I put red on the screen, it's always going to look red. It's going to be the same color red all times a day. Right? No matter what colors are around it. Actually, I guess at that point, then it actually does matter. These colors look brighter and more neon since they're sitting on a black background. But if I were to put this color square like on a white background, it would probably suddenly look less bright. It would look darker, right? Yeah. So they're talking about spectral rendering. Essentially, this creates a new color um, for the rendering pipeline, and at the very end, a transformation is applied to just convert that to 3 colors, or 3. Yeah, just from spectral to RGB. This is what my sky shader uses, and I can turn it off. I've looked at what it looks like on and off. It's really, it's a huge difference. You essentially like lose the intensity of orange, you lose the intensity of blue. Just everything looks like washed out and worse. And this is kind of what I wondered. If I could use this, it would only work. It would be difficult for transparent materials because all textures of course use RGBA. Like you get 4 channels, that's the max you get. So if you use up that alpha channel for spectral for a different wavelength, essentially doing how I'd probably match it to the sky, which I think is like, 4 wavelengths. 1 is deep blue, 1 is deep red, and then 2 are kind of either side of green. You would essentially lose that alpha channel because you have to replace it with red, and then your green and blue channels become. It's actually kind of weird. Your red channel becomes blue, your green and blue channels become green, and then your alpha channel becomes red. So, yeah. I've thought about doing that. But that would be going pretty much into all of Godot's rendering pipeline and just changing it out for spectral. I don't think I can do that. It would also be a totally different workflow for making textures. You would have to create. I mean, you could use RGB textures, but then I would have to define what does that mean, right? What does that mean when I go from red, green, blue to blue, green, red, and red, right? Like how do I perform that transformation? Because in reality, of course, light is all of everything, and different materials reflect different wavelengths. So even this red cup, right? You wouldn't know it, but I'm just making this up. But let's say it also actually reflects a lot of blue light, and it reflects no green light. How would you know that, right? You just have a red texture. You would have maybe a little bit of green, maybe a small amount of blue, but if I were to shine just a pure blue light on it, it would bounce back like bright white. It would appear white because it's reflecting the blue light. But if I were to just translate RGB into spectral, I would say, oh, it's a lot of red, a little bit of green, definitely no blue, right? So then I go into a room, I go into my game, and I cast this blue light on my spectrally blue and red object, and I don't get any blue back because the texture was originally RGB. I mean, that would pretty much be impossible. We would have to basically create new cameras. We have to create new textures where it's picking up wavelengths that we literally can't perceive on these objects. Definitely a computer could not understand that this bright red pixel is also supposed to contain a lot of blue information, because it just wouldn't. Yeah. That could maybe be, that's probably when we get really good lighting solutions. Probably around the time that we figure out global illumination, which a lot of people would have you believe we've already figured it out. We have not. They're really bad, they're really slow, and they look trash, honestly. No good at all. I don't believe any game should ever use global illumination. Current models. If they come up with something that works, good for them, but then they would have the goose with a golden egg, at that point, because they'd be the only ones to figure it out. But probably around the time that we actually do finally figure it out is probably when we get into spectral rendering and we go full force on that and just say, all right, get out of here, RGB. We're doing spectral rendering. We're going to have monitors with 4 wavelengths of light instead of just red, green, and blue channels. You know, even that far. Stuff would be really cool looking at that point. Ideally, our monitors would actually project a full spectrum of white and not just red, green, and blue pixels. That's when things would actually just look photoreal. Like you literally couldn't make it not look photoreal because it would just be photo, like a literal real object in front of you. Effectively the real light. That would actually be really cool. You could literally take a light in your room and like take a red light in your room and shine it on your monitor, and it would literally bounce back as if you were doing it on the render. That would be neat. Maybe it doesn't quite work that way, but because if it's like a white, if it's just creating the light, then you're not reflecting the light. Anyway, enough rambling. Okay. Why in previous generation games and non-PBR workflows we didn't notice these problems? Guess because they just... Wait a second. They didn't care? Is that the answer? Because this, I'm actually looking at this. These are like really different light settings, right? Okay, what is this though? What is that? That's anniversary. Okay, can we please not give me anniversary screenshots? That's anniversary. Is that the answer? Don't care about it? Make your colors? I mean, because when you really get into the game, I mean, this shot is clearly like, I would say, very green, not just because Chief is here, But even the console and like the lighting looks kind of green. That's Anniversary, isn't it? Yeah. Dude. Yeah. I mean, there's like a dull yellow tone to a lot of these shots. The flood, of course, I mean, they literally put yellow lights in the library. Why does everything look a little bit yellow to me? I'm like looking around making sure. I mean, even my actual walls look a little bit yellow. What is this? The secret vehicles? This color doesn't seem right. Is that real? Is that really that green? Or did he take a picture of the screen? This could be a picture of the screen. And not like a digital thing. What is that? This is definitely Anniversary, isn't it? No, this is not. Also, I just realized I definitely nailed the fact that you're on a ring with a very thin atmosphere, because they have like no color in the sky. The sky is just space. A little blue, but space. It's actually really cool. I kind of forgot that they made it look that way. The weird thing is I don't remember the green lights. I do remember it being like quite purple and blue. Did they change that? Also, they just straight up said, forget it, in Halo Infinite. They didn't have the space sky at all. I mean, maybe they did have a little bit of space sky, but not really. Maybe there's just time of day that you could see it. This is Anniversary. Oh, also, weirdly, I'm getting like these really ridiculous copyright stuff. Apparently, like, one track from Halo Reach is copyrighted in like London, and they are super aggressive with their copyright of it, and they claim it on Twitch and they claim it on YouTube. It's a game soundtrack. I thought these were like free to use, right? They usually are. You know, depends on the company, but generally game soundtracks are like pretty safe to play. I'm playing Risk of Rain. I don't think they do anything about it. Actually, it is a different owner of Risk of Rain now, so maybe they are gonna get aggressive with it. Okay. I'm getting some ideas here. I'll leave that open. I still need to read through this. I'm like, wow, what am I? An hour in, and I still like finished 2 reads. Light color, intensity, and ambient color were abstract, purely artistic concepts. Yeah. Ambient hemispheres, 2 colors. Ambient cube, 3 to 6 colors. %, RGB. In Black Flag, we had no exposure control or variable exposure. 8-bit RGB? What? Wait, let me look at a screenshot of. I mean, well, you know. Let me see this. Are they doing a remake? I saw one of the results said remake. A white whale. You hunt Moby Dick in the game? Really? This is 8-bit RGB. 8-bit RGB. Not even 16. 8-bit. This doesn't mean 8-bit color. This is 8-bit RGB. 8-bit color is you get 8 bits for your whole color. Which I guess would come down to like... What is that, like... Two blue... 4 green, 2 red or something, or maybe 2 blue. I don't know how they set those up. But I was like, I mean, this is not like, you know, 8-bit color where you literally have 255 colors or something. RGB where you have like 16 million colors. That's not a screenshot, that's just a drawing. Maybe this is a screenshot though. That just also looks like a drawing. Dang. It's hard to tell in these games when what you're looking at is a drawing, a render, or actually in the game. I'm pretty sure almost all of these that I've clicked on so far are renders. That's actually a drawing. That's not a render. This has got to be a render. There's no way they actually have smoke off the guns like that. That can't be in the game. That could be a screenshot. But dude, these are all like renders. I think of like the stills that you get in like Fable when they show something happening in like the past, or like, oh, they just have like the characters static. 100% a screenshot, right? What is that? Huh? Why is that lowercase? Did they really just have your goals in lowercase? Okay, well. Also, what do they mean when they say we? He says we for Witcher 2 and he says we for Assassin's Creed 4. And then it says very talented artists. Next gen PBR. So yeah, it should be on the black and white. The white on black instead of black on white. When we integrated IBO and everything has specular and Fresnel workflow, suddenly artists realize that different sky and reflections can look wrong and result in weird rim lighting with intensity and color not matching the environments. Hey, Danilin. I'm just doing some more reading. I'm thinking what I'm going to do for my idea for white balance is to have it be very, very slight. And maybe not even do it at all. But I definitely need to put in night vision because that's just color you don't get. Not the green kind though. The dull blue kind. What is it? Amnesia does this. And I was thinking about searching for screen shots. When you have the light out, of course it's, bright. I'm looking for one where the light is not out. When you go into a dark area, it gets like blue. Maybe it looks like this. Okay, this is not... That didn't look right. I can't find one. Everyone is in like well-lit areas. But you would hear the sound of like, bugs or something. Your vision gets a little bit blurry. And the dark patches become like bright blue. Resident Evil 4 thermal vision. Yeah, I don't want that kind of night vision. I want night vision. I want it to be like blue. I can't find like any screenshot of this. But I was thinking about Amnesia. And maybe I should play it a bit to like figure out see what they do, I guess. Because I have a vague memory of it. Geez. What's geez? That I am once again diving really deep into something very small. One of the artists, we even tried to simulate dynamic white balance. Scene average luminance. Arma 5? Does Arma 5 do something? Is Arma 5 even a real game? Arma 5. Is Arma spelled with an A? Arm A? Like that? This does look really nice. That looks cool. That is a cool screenshot. What is this? I mean, this is all just daytime. I'm not seeing anything else. This is cool. I can tell this is like a yellow light. It looks like it's yellow light. This is definitely like a sunrise yellow light, right? Or a sunset. Couldn't really tell which. Does Arma have day and night? They should, right? But I'm only seeing day screenshots. Yeah. A picture of a screen. I've watched someone play this game a lot, but I've never played it myself. And also, he wasn't really playing it, he was getting onto servers and trolling people. Yeah, I mean, at this point I'm thinking I don't do this. I do a very, very small version of it. What is it called? It's like, getting tired, but what is that? What's the word for that? The cone cells get tired of the light, is essentially my idea. Lots of programmers and artists just hate automatic exposure eye adaptation. It's very difficult and impossible to do properly, and almost nothing really works. Really? How old is this? This was written... It's at the top, 2015. Lots of programmers and artists just hate automatic exposure eye adaptation. Was that just a thing of the times, or is that still relevant? I've definitely had issues with it where I think it looks bad because literally probably because I had like the wrong settings or something. Do I have Godot open right now? I don't. The HDR 2D thing was like messing up the scope for some reason, and I definitely remember seeing it before too. Like it just in camera suddenly. Oh man. In camera suddenly have like noisy blues and reds and greens all over the place. Manual settings being artistically better and better serving the scene. I mean, my scene is day to night, outdoors and indoors. I mean, you could say that's like the most complex you can actually get it. That's like literally everything, right? Indoors, outdoors, day and night, and everything in between. Two basic solutions. No white balance, eye adaptation, and different color casts and shadows, which is kind of what I think. I just let it. I just don't do it. Or do a very little bit of it. Adding auto white balance is something to manage an old school idea of calculating depends on the average reflected luminance. Knowledge of the scene light sources. Knowledge of the scene light sources just essentially means the color of the screen. Calculating a clamped limited white balance, yeah. See, a third one that can actually work for auto exposure, relying on some baked or dynamically calculated information about shadows. I think I remember reading that. Average between some sparse points around the camera. See white balance and exposure spatially and averaging values when looking around. He's definitely talking about, yeah, frame to frame. So like you're standing in an area that's very red. So from a distance it looks red, then you walk over there and your points that are reading the ambient lighting are like, oh, we're red now. And then they apply some white balance based on that. Existence or not of day cycle. Yeah. Photogrammetrically scanned titles? The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. I've never heard of this. does look good. It looks real, that's for sure. Definitely looks real. Wait, their clouds are really good. That's got to be like a picture though, a panorama. That can't be. Yeah, that's. We definitely did not have that kind of technology to make clouds look like that in 2015. There's no way. Right? Is that a... These are static times a day, right? This looks super like Fable. Like there's literally a mission in Fable that looks like this. You're walking around to crypts following ghosts in blue light. Or... Can I get this picture? Nintendo Live. They have so much green. Like, our eyes are quite sensitive to very subtle changes in green color, and this looks very natural. Even the tree has, like, changes in its green. The grass as well. You have like patches of like yellowish white grass and then patches of very deep green grass. What causes that? Like in reality? Like a field of grass just has like 10 different colors of green in it. But it's all the same grass. Not on like lawns though, where the grass is like very specifically grown so that it only has one color, but then like natural grass. This game looks super pretty though. I could only hope that my game would look like this. Because it is going to be forest, mountains, this kind of environment. Although this is like... It's kind of confusing to me, the location of this. Because they have these... I guess those are birch trees, aren't they? And they have pine trees. I'm not exactly sure what kind of environment this is. Because I feel like you wouldn't see these two trees next to each other in reality. These would be like miles apart, these two trees. I guess it kind of looks like how Red Dead Redemption 2 looks with their forest. But they did not have nearly as much pine. Wow, that game looks awesome. Okay. I'm gonna try to get night vision put in now. So my idea is essentially I would read the luminance values, and I guess what I would do is I would try to read the luminance values in the range of in the range of light that cone cells are responsive. Let me see if I can find anything about, like... Just throw in a bunch of stuff and see if I can find this. Stockman and Sharp. Ooh, wait a second, what is that? Oh, CRT monitor. This is the... Really? It emits red in these wavelengths? But this is what the red... These are the wavelengths that red emits? Wow. Okay. Alright, man. Just give me the Matrix. Just give me the Matrix. Really? No numbers? Modeling. Are they just telling me how I can derive the numbers? They don't derive them. Calculate the monitor spectrum emission functions. Training a neural network? Python code is available from the author that performs the above transformation. Is available. So why do they have an AI model doing it? Let me go back to this guy. This guy he just gives the value. He doesn't say anything about how he figured this out. How he computed it. The constant coefficients in the monochromatic part account for the blue shift of the subjective hue of colors for night scenes. Hunt, 1995. I think I tried looking for this before, and I couldn't locate it very easily. Wait, Internet Archive, hang on, that's free. I don't gotta pay for this. Oh, 700 pages? Oh my god. What? Limited preview, some pages are. Oh wait, Internet Archive sells books. 2 gigabytes. Russian website. I just downloaded a PDF. 40 pages. Okay, 40 pages out of 100. It's not even any of the text, is it? Oh, it is some of the text. What is with Firefox and automatically downloading stuff, by the way? Why do they do that? That's really annoying. I don't understand why they auto-download stuff like this. Like, that's just gotta be dangerous, right? Oh, you open a PDF, let's automatically download it. Instantly. No questions asked. Okay, again with the auto download. Stop it. Stop doing that. I know there's a setting that you turn it off, but they don't actually care. Somehow you can bypass it. I don't know how these sites do it. But you can still like PDFs specifically just always do it instantly. Yeah, like it says always ask, and they download it anyway. So stupid. There's definitely got to be a place that's like, this thing is free, right? I can't imagine this 1990 thing, this 1995 thing is still being restricted to pay. Copyright 2004. Okay, well maybe. That's gotta be a virus. $65. One in stock. Google Books. Yeah, this is just sad. Published in 95. Like re-copyrighted in 2005, and now it's being sold for $60 or something like that. From a student, I can get it for $10. That's just nuts. I feel like I never quite understand that. I mean, it's gotta be college stuff, right? Like, that's a super American college kind of thing. They just republish the same book like every year. They just change the order of the chapters around so that you can't get the old free PDF version of it and use it in your class because the page numbers don't match anymore. And they sell the book for $200. And the only option is to buy the physical copy. But then they also offer a digital copy for like $10 cheaper. Crazy stuff, man. Yeah, that's got to be college. College book. 5th edition. Fifth edition means 5 versions with the pages shuffled around and new pictures. And maybe updating the text a little bit. Okay, I mean, I guess I'm just gonna use this one. I can't find the original source of information. So I would get the luminance, and then this is a function of scotopic sensitivity, which I guess would essentially just be reading these. Well, the eye. Cake sensitivity of 498 green blue light. I mean, this is kind of a cool thing if you really think about it. We actually do have 4 color vision, but one of the colors is limited to low light levels. And we can't see it with blue and green because it responds to blue and green at the same time, so the cone cells would pretty much remove that response. Dude, this side is gonna give me eye damage, dude. Yellow background, black text, and then a white image. Topic sensitivity. I would love that for topic sensitivity. Do they provide that? Inverse nits? Inverse? I guess it makes the graph look better. Fraunhofer lines. Photopic sensitivity is slightly rounded. What is HGF EDCR? What is that? Oh, they have markings here, F, E, D, and C. Wait. Oh, this is a big table. This is some big data right here. So skill topic is essentially just what the rods are sensitive to. Big data? Dude, this is some big data. This is finally some numbers I could use. I could use this to transform I guess RGB values to the sensitivity of the night vision. Although it seems very wide. Also, why did they put the cones text inside this topics section and then the rods text inside the photopic section? That's not trying to be confusing at all, is it? Right, can I? Okay, so I guess what I would do is I would figure out, I would look at, I guess, RGB. So S, RGB wavelengths. These are particular wavelengths. At least I would think I could find them. Because then I can derive exactly... Okay, well this is not. Are they just saying me, no, you're wrong? You asked the wrong question? That's the feeling I'm getting here. I'm getting the feeling that this guy is saying you asked the wrong question. Thank you. This is exactly what I was looking. Why do people say this, man? What is wrong with some people? Okay, I guess we're not loading that page. Hey, here's the numbers. Rec 2020 RGB space, by the way, is actually defined using pure wavelengths. Remember, SGBs are not pure wavelengths, they are color mixtures. Their true definition in terms of CIE chromaticity coordinates. That said, here's the... Thanks. Some people are too smart that they forget to answer the question. So red is closest to 610. Wow, cool, they go in tens. Yeah, I would expect that, you know, very low red. Okay. So I'm just straight up gonna copy that. I'm gonna start writing these down. So I'll just say sRGB. How would I say approximately equal to? I guess I can just write that. Okay. They say then green is roughly 555. Right? 555, so kind of in between these two. I guess I'll take the higher value. I guess I'll take both of these. So good when looking for a solution and you find closing because I found the solution, I sent the solution on your DM, or it's open source, fix it yourself. I feel like I've noticed recently, I don't know if it's just because I'm actually doing more research recently and online stuff, but there's so many times I have a question and someone asks word for word exactly the same question. They provide context that's like, here's what I'm doing. It's the same context that I'm looking for. And like accepted answer is, that's the wrong question. Think about it this way. And they don't provide the answer. And then they have like several other answers where it's like, you're wrong. That's a dumb question. Essentially is what they say. They never say it exactly like that. They're like, oh, here's a bunch of background information that I know that's relevant and adjacent to your question, but doesn't answer it. Yeah, pretty much like figure it out yourself. You asked the wrong question. It's like, definite Reddit, that's a big thing on Reddit. Every time I end up on Reddit, I rarely find an answer. I just find people saying, you're dumb. Look how smart I am. By the way, I can't answer your question. Why is it so dark? My camera looks really dark. And then 560 would be this value. I mean, I'm just straight up trusting this guy's values because he at least answered the question. Together with the answer of Khan, this pretty much answered my question. Yeah, I mean, this is actually the answer to your question. 460 nanometers. Or wait. Sorry. Blue is close to 465 nanometers. Alright, so some data about 460. So yeah, this result would be like blue-greenish, but its peak is at 490. Right, its peak is at 510. Right. Is F, E, and D the peaks of color vision? Did they give those, provide those? E looks like, yeah, the peak of green. F is, I guess, the peak of blue. They say 486. Why does it look like that? What's going on with the light? The light looks very strange and dark. Odd. My window's like all the way open and it's like still dark. Weird. Green is like way over there in the blue side. I would put red kind of around here. What's this one? sRGB. Yeah. So the wavelength would be, I guess, yeah, somewhere between 550, 560. I mean, these are pretty good values, honestly. These are really good values. I think my background is partially transparent. Oh, now it's not. Good. So yeah, red's somewhere over here. 610, right? Blue is somewhere over here at like 465. I mean, yeah, these guys are crazy. These people are crazy. Blue is 465. What did I have? Yeah, 465 rods at 460 are... I got a little distracted. So I wonder if these values are kind of close to what they provide. We'll also have to think about the sensitivity as well. Because they provide like a monochromatic color, is what these guys have provided. They provide these colors to... This is the RGB color that they give. One red, slightly less green, a lot of blue. It's kind of strange to me, honestly. I feel like that's kind of strange. That's probably going off of these so-called spectrally sharpened values, or whatever they have, where the response curve actually has red influencing blue, which is insane to me. I don't understand the point of doing that. Like, this kind of matrix makes more sense to me, I think. Okay, well, never mind, because they have red influencing blue. I guess this one's better, because red negatively impacts blue now. Right. Seeing enough red implies a non-existence of blue. At least somewhat. Where have I gone? Peak sensitivity shifts to about 500 in scope topic. See at 507. So I guess what I could say is really take the peak here and I mean, these are some values that I can use, but I guess I don't really know how to apply these because this would result in something very blue, right? If I were to just try to plug these colors in to like a color thing, can I get to... Let me go to a debug thing. Let me say this is actually going to be vision sensitivity, I guess. Add a new one. I guess I would actually just want to duplicate this. So material, I'll just say new, a new shader, and call this I think I could just call this night vision filter, and it would just take, close these files. If I just plug these in, it's not going to look good, I think. It's not going to look correct, I should say. Somewhere between 481 and that. What would the average of that be? 481, 3288. Do I have Python open anywhere? I could have it open here. That's really cool that Python actually can just clear. That's cool. I didn't think that would work. 0.481 plus 3 point, or 0.38 something. What was this? 3288. .4049. And then blue would be somewhere between 567 and 676. $6215. I mean, I guess that actually doesn't look too bad. That is a pretty blue, that is like a blue color, right? I mean, yeah, I guess it's actually not that bad. I thought this would look bad. I thought this would look oddly green, if anything. Maybe it is still a little bit too much green. But I mean, I guess this is like the theoretical color that the rods are sensitive to. Or the literal color being produced off the screen in RGB and sRGB is approximately this. right? And then they say something about this one. It's actually defined by this. Did this correctly, right? I would look at the output of a monitor screen, the output of the color, or the wavelengths that those colors are at, and then look at the response of that cell, I guess, at those wavelengths, and then just pretty much plug those values straight in. Is that correct? Let me see what... Let me compare these values provided here to this matrix. So this is linear to LMS, essentially linear RGB to the color perception of the eye. So the blue wavelength, which they say is approximately... Did I close it? Apparently I scrolled off of it. I guess I actually have it written down now. So the blue wavelength is approximately 465 nanometers on a monitor. So I would look at 465 here. So we're looking at... I guess these actually don't help, do they? Because I would like the individual cone response curves. Another table, perhaps? With the values just right there. What is this? Telescopeoptics.net. Eye chromatism? I think I'm going to get there eventually. Can I? Home. Wow, these guys are... really good at picking colors. The telescopic eye. They probably have it. I mean, I think they also referenced... What did they reference? They referenced CIE, which may have data on this too. I should think. This is so much detail. These are weird images. Ray tracing eye model. Oh, cool. I'm seeing some familiar stuff that was also in here. Especially this 0.4 value. For rods. They list exactly the same value here. 0.4. Somewhere in here. Somewhere around here was 0.4. I've lost it now. But 0.4 was definitely listed. It was in this plot. With flashback on rods saturated to a significantly faster rate, the short delay of stimulus, quote 4 seconds for rods. So I guess they might have used that as their speed of adjustment. Luminance and decibels. Oh yeah, this image where like you look at the center of the white and like black dots appear on other ones. Or you look at the squares or something. I can't remember what this looks like, but I definitely see it happening. Very strange. This like gray value looks the same. Or it looks different, but it's the same color. It looks light over here and dark over here. Oh man. So this one unfortunately doesn't give an individual breakdown of each of these 3 cones. Let me go here. Can I get this, or do I have to data set? Okay, how big is this? Open with Krita, 14 kilobytes. Keeps moving my mouse over. All right. Where did it go? Where did I put it? What does this mean? Nans? Oh, I love seeing Nan. Just this first column, I don't really understand what... Are these like relative responses to brightness? I mean, these kind of add up. Are these, if the first column is wavelength, which I don't even know how they got individual, how they were doing this, individual wavelengths. Yeah, but weirdly red, they track that, or is this like XYZ? Is this their XYZ response? Or is this like LMS? Because there's a sudden peak of red here, right? Okay, well, I got some data here. Related publication. Can I read this? The web shop. Alright, what is it called? Standard colorimetric observers. Probably that one. Are we serious right now? What is going on? Where am I going? I have to look at the number. What is the number? Huh? This number? What do they do it this way? $100? Euros? 160 euros? Are we serious? 160 euros. Dude. Really? That's insane. Three monochromatic primary colors. Hmm. Oh. I might be crazy. I might be crazy. I feel like I'm just taking information and not really comprehending it. And I'm spending too long on this. So I think at this point I need to decide precisely what I'm going to do and how I'm going to implement it and what I need to implement it. Right? Okay. Alright, here's my thought. So, oh, just thoughts. Alright. So I need a monochromatic night vision, which essentially exposes, or I guess, which essentially applies a color to very low luminance values of a scene. So as the average luminance decreases, night vision begins to color low luminance with a particular color. Okay, and then I need tiring colors as a scene as a scene relatively displays certain colors. Yeah, what does this mean? Tiring colors. E.g. a pure red scene gradually desaturates red. This is not to say it saturates other colors specifically. But in the LMS color space, would effectively desaturate nearby colors over time. This should be done subtly. Should be done subtly, just to bright colors. This should just be done subtly. Not enough to white balance. But enough to be perceptible when moving to an environment with lower levels of tired color. Okay. So, implementations. Select a color vector to act as the color displayed for night vision, and select an algorithm to determine... It's like an algorithm to determine when it's like an algorithm to determine when luminance and okay, select the color vector to act as color displayed for night vision. I could probably even do spectral coloring in this case to get a better result. I guess not really, because I would need to know the spectrum of the light sources, not just the color of the RGB value on the image that's already displayed. So I can do that. So I need to select a color vector to act as that, and then I would need to produce a function that takes as input the scene color, and returns a sensitivity to low light, and returns a sensitivity to low light, which is then multiplied by the night vision color and added to the result. Yeah, and added, I guess, yeah, added to the resulting color. Or added, multiplied by the night, wait, which is a function that takes as input the scene color, returns a sensitivity to low light, returns a sensitivity value, the scene color and returns a sensitivity value. Right. This function should consider blue and green color as reducing, and partially ignore red color. Scene color and luminance. You can consider blue and green color as reducing. Should consider luminance low values of luminance to increase sensitivity. blue and green color to reduce, and partially ignore red color, even at high luminance. Okay. This sensitivity would multiply with a luminance curve such that low luminance returns 1 and high luminance returns 0. And then multiply the result with the night vision color. And add the result. Okay, so that's the idea for that one. Night vision. And then I would have tired color. Select a min and max value to act on the, I guess select a min value to act on the reduction in select a max value to act on the upper limit of, select a value to act as the a maximum reduction in LMS color space. There's a function, takes as input the scene color. I guess this will also just be scene color. Takes input the scene color. Yeah, just the scene color. Takes input the scene color. And returns a value, I guess it returns a target LMS sensitivity. Should only act to reduce LMS. To reduce, I guess, an LMS multiplier. Only act to reduce an LMS multiplier. Sensitivity as a vector multiplier. And then I would convert RGB values to LMS. RGB to LMS, multiply by the sensitivity, multiplier, and then convert back to RGB to return final color. The multiplier would exponentially the multiplier would normalized so that the largest value becomes 1. The multiplier would normalize so that it does not influence what is it, perceived, I guess just seen luminance. E.g. Reducing green. Reducing green e.g. Green would reduce less than blue or red can. So what does that mean, right? Because I don't want this to change the brightness of anything. So if I take off like 0.1 green, I would have to make sure I boost blue and red, right? Or I guess it can affect exposure, right? Maybe I don't need to do that because that change in brightness would be handled by auto exposure, right? But it's probably good. It's probably a good idea to normalize the multiplier so it doesn't in a feedback loop that Yeah, normalize multiply so it doesn't result in a feedback loop that greatly reduces scene luminance. So yeah, I guess I would have to make sure that whatever it, like if I were just shining like a green light, a pure green light, no red or blue. Converting to LMS, I would still get some blue and red. I would have to make sure that whatever I'm reducing in green is made up for as a higher sensitivity to blue and red relatively. E.g. reducing green. Reducing green would also reduce red and blue to some degree. The result should scale up to keep red and blue. Should scale up. The result should scale up. So red and blue. This is kind of weird. I feel like this is really strange. I don't even know. Based God posted again? I mean, you're just gonna make me ask who that is, because I don't know. I've got to really consider this. Does this make sense? What are the negative threat interactive? Oh boy. I'm looking at this final bit here with the tired color, and I was thinking, oh, I'm only going to reduce like short wavelength, but that also means I will reduce green to some extent. Or I guess in the worst case, which is if I'm in a green environment, very green light, right? I'm just outside in the day, super green all over. And I'm reducing the sensitivity to green now. So whenever I get green color, I essentially multiply it by like 0.9 or something like that. That significantly reduces the perceived brightness of a scene when I do that, which affects auto exposure. So what happens is the scene increases in exposure value, it makes it brighter looking, and then I end up saying, okay, now there's definitely way too much green again, so I reduce green again, and it essentially would, if I weren't to put maximums on it, it would pretty much instantly run away to just deleting green from the game and making blue and red like maximum brightness. It would essentially make blue and red have the same luminance as green. But I can't solve that by actually boosting red and blue. I can't actually do that. So I guess what I would do is I would use it as a luminance per channel, right? A luminance per channel. Or kind of like the opposite of the luminance. Blue can get tired very quickly, red can get tired very quickly. or I guess slightly less quickly if we're going in order, and then green would get tired the least quickly, with the least amount. Does that make sense? So I would say green would be influenced like 1 minus 0.7 or whatever its thing is set to. Close. 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 I don't need that. Pretty much just this, right? So I would say like 1 minus this value for blue, and this is my luminance of blue. Yeah, writing it is one thing, and then figuring out what that implementation even looks like. Produce a function that takes its input the scene color and returns a target LMS sensitivity as a vector multiplier. So our target sensitivity. So if I get white, these values add up to 1, right? Yeah. So if I get white, the resulting transformation should basically return no change to any of this. That would be the goal. So 255 green would be reduced, I mean if I call it by luminance, would be reduced by like 0.3 or something, I don't know. Is this a case where I have to do like relative, or like a relative, like an average of the color? So do 255 over, or I guess a point, if everything here is multiplied by 1, green would come out to be this value, red would come out to be this value, and blue would come out to be this value. So my resulting, I would want my resulting multiplier of 1 to be an output of 1. I would want a resulting multiplier when the input is 0, 1, 0. What would that case be? I guess that would be my max value, right? Whatever I've defined as my max value, that would be the target. So if my max reduction is like 0.9, my maximum reduction is 0.9. An input of 0, 1, 0 here would give me 0.715, right? So 0.7. If I were to normalize that, it would come out to be 0, 1, 0. But that affects the luminance of the scene, so I would essentially have to say, I can't reduce green if it's pure green. I need other colors to reduce green. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. This is also white balance. I shouldn't really be thinking about this. I need to be thinking about night vision. I should be doing that first. And I think that might give me some hints as to how I can implement this one. This one is so loud. Alright, I'm totally changing it. Never before played. Stardew Valley. Okay, I am going to get lunch. I will be back. And think more about this. Night vision. Whoa. I just cranked up my headset really loud. Okay. I will be back shortly. food, and I'm going to eat. I'm back. Okay. Alright, let me try to figure out night vision. So this essentially has to happen after auto exposure, so that it won't influence auto exposure, which I guess, if I think about tired colors, that's also how that should work. They happen after auto exposure, so they can't feed back into auto exposure. So it actually should solve the problem of that. The problem that I envisioned. The problem that I imagined could be a problem. So. Yeah, I'm just gonna start this as a post-process effect, really. This will be, I will call this night vision. I don't believe I'm going to have, like, you know, the green kind of night vision or like the blue kind or whatever they do. But I guess I'll leave myself open to that by naming this night vision. And then I will look at exactly how I define these. I do give it a class name and a tool, right? Class name. Night vision effect. Reproduces nighttime vision. Yeah, reproduces nighttime vision. So essentially, I would kind of do this like auto exposure, so I could just read in the auto exposure. Well, exposure gives me the luminance of a scene. The average luminance of what I'm looking at. Also, okay, so here's the thing. I would want to compute my value before I want to compute a scene luminance. Okay, let me think about this. So I think essentially what I would do is oh man. Let me look at this guy. Model the sensitivity of rods with the following function. 0.04 is what, though? Let me just put that in here. 0.04 over 0.04 plus y. What is this? X equals? Oh. Wait, how do I use that function? Right, the x-axis would be a log 10. Okay. What is this? That is just the label. What if I just do... Yeah, I was more wanting to label these. Okay. So I'm seeing it now. What is it okay if I flip this to X and Y? Yeah, not quite the same. So this constant value. Do I have O free? O is not free. Guess I can do this. C. Oops. Let's say 0.04. Really? I don't think that was very useful. I don't think I need that anymore. Y denotes the luminance. Okay. I'll just say that for now. Let me have auto exposure display can I say like every second it will just print the color of this? Step. I will do Not even just a sync, but like read in the image. Or I guess I could probably just say rendering. Yeah, I don't know. So we'll sync it, and then I have the exposure texture, so I can just get the image. Wait, what? An image. Oh, it is an image already. Okay. Alright, cool. Let me see if this crashes or does anything insane. On a null value, you say. What? I wasn't doing this before. I was definitely doing this. I was retrieving a texture from... Who does this? Who does this? Dynamic Day does this? What is this? It's a texture 2D RD. Is that what I have to do? Texture 2D get. I'm really confused. Texture create. Would I use RD texture get? Is that what I have to do? Oh, get data. Yeah, it was texture get data. Usage can copy from bit. Do we have the can copy from? No. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? I added a parentheses, I hit enter, and it was like, it just duplicated one of these flags. Create from data. Okay, so now the width is 1, the height is 1. This is false. Image format should be RG or just R. (32-bit floating point value). Yeah. And then get texture data requires current and 0. Right, this is what I would do. It's weird that it's not changing. It should definitely be changing at some point. Eventually this should change. Like, weirdly doesn't change when I look down. That's weird. It clearly has changed because I can see color that I couldn't see before. Maybe it's not, I don't know. Yeah, it's not correct. Wait, what's changing now? Three nine. Okay, cool. It is changing now. So this is supposed to be my luminance value. Or 1 over this value is the luminance value. Alright, let me get this rifle. Scope in on the sun. Cool, alright. I'm just watching this single red value go up and down. Very cool. I wonder if I can get this to like go higher. It was like 0.039 earlier. Yeah, 0.039 seems to be that limit, the limit point. Zero 0.039, I should say. Cool. Okay. So I just wanted to read out the exposure value, to see what that range kind of is. So 0.039 is the lowest that I can get to. That's like the limit, right? So I'm not sure what that is. So that's over here. This is 0.039, so it's over here in this range. What am I at? Oh, I've closed it. Shouldn't have done that. I guess I can get to 0.1 when I'm not really looking at anything, which is here. But I don't know if I like how sensitive that is. This is 0.01. Oh wait, yeah, 0.1 is down here at like this value, and then 1. I guess what I should actually be doing is computing the luminance. This is like the exposure. This isn't luminance of the scene. But I mean, I think that's essentially what I'm doing, right? I'm doing like That is suspiciously close to 256. Yeah, what is 256 over 1? I'm actually curious about that. Why did that start backing in a previous function? 390625. That's probably what the value went to. Let me honestly change this so that I'm just printing the red value. $390,625. That is dead on. 1,256. So I remember the shader. This data can be useful perhaps, but for now I am just going to close that. So auto exposure takes a max luminance. The value that it writes out is clamped to min and max luminance. So this would be clamped to min. Yeah, this is luminance. Yeah, it's just it's printing out the luminance. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, this is what this does, right? It computes a luminance of the scene. Yeah, very cool. And then tone map multiplies it by yeah, essentially the scale over this value. Cool. Okay. So this is luminance. Perhaps what I should do is let this scale to whatever it wants to be. But clamp it, not in auto exposure, but in tone map. This value would be clamped to that range. I feel like that makes more sense. Because this is just computing a luminance. I can get... I feel like I could get the... I mean, it is always clamped, right? Previous luminance would be current in this case. Is that correct? On the last one we bind, yeah, we bind current. Interesting. I think I may go here and do something really quick with the camera attributes. Yeah, what if I do like point? Or I guess, what would that be? And I guess I'd do like 0.4. Turn that off. Can I make this go up at all? Oh, I've made it go up a little bit. Yeah, I gotta get like really close to that before it does anything. So I set it to 0.4 because I wanted to see if moving slower looks better or not. Kind of. Like if I step in here, let it drop all the way down to its max. Okay. It is really fast though. That is kind of like instant, it seems. So I guess let me do this. Put this in here. There we go, so that stops. What the hell? Okay, that's just not correct. That's just weird. That's not correct at all. What is going on? What is actually happening right now? That is super weird. Oh, I have auto exposure still enabled, so it was like double applying it. Whoops. Yeah. was gonna say, it feels like it gets there way too fast still, even though I have it at like 0.1. I wonder if I should bring it down further. Because what I'm about to do is essentially change... Yeah, what if I go to like negative... I don't know, -8, like to their default. What will this do? Okay, interesting. Because what if I start bringing in night vision? This is like all night vision color, right? Okay, it's slowly ramping up to a better value. This is like 0004, right? So this is like all... This is like pure night vision at this point. Do they have... I wonder if I could use visual acuity for kind of map that in reverse. So that would be like essentially be how much color I can get. Because if I were to include how sensitive, I don't know, this is weird. Essentially at this point I would have some value where I would say, okay, I'm at this rate, but now I need to like slowly tick up like an additional exposure value. So I'd slowly tick up a parameter that says, here's our new multiplier that we can apply to luminance. And then on top of that, I would say, make it just this monochromatic color instead. Right? So I let this value get much lower now. And I'm still not even back to 003 yet. Still not even there. Okay, there we are. Now we're at this value. Okay, let me print this 0.04 over 0.04 plus x, essentially, the luminance. And this would essentially be a sensitivity target that I would approach. But this would be very slow, a very slow approach. And then I would also very quickly back off of this as well. Yeah, I guess it would have like a factor where if we're increasing, we increase at this rate. If we are decreasing, we decrease at this rate. But I definitely have to worry about this. Somehow I would need to say this like removes night vision. Standing here looking at this should remove night vision. How would that work? What, I just back the value down smaller? Yeah, let me look at what this chart here that might give a little bit of a hint about this. Yeah. It's a vacuum going in. It is like so in my ear. 1 second. That's quite a bit better. This eye graphic is crazy. It's really distracting. $4.5 million to 91 million. 91 million raws. Wow. Did you say this is like 500? Wait, what did I just read? What was that value at? 564 is the peak of long. Oh, really? That's like right on the highest value, 560. Do these agree with each other? 498, so 500 I should expect the highest value here. Actually see the highest value. Actually, I guess that is correct. Yeah, 500 is the highest value. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I was just looking to see if I could make this stop running when I have it paused. Because this should not be updating when the game is paused. It's a little bit silly if it were to do that. I can figure that out later. I'll just leave it as a 2. Because there has to be a point when I say color vision is no longer useful. And also, that would also matter per individual pixel as well. I guess what I would do is I would kind of like fuzz the fuzz the pixels a little bit or something. Yeah, they say that they have their own like Gaussian thing or something, right? Luminance is still slowly increasing. Yeah, luminance being this low is kind of crazy, isn't it? I feel like that's really low. I would say it feels like my light isn't bright enough, but I know it's quite bright. I know it should be. Yeah, this scotopic thing is definitely not a good curve. Because I would say you have no, like, this is way beyond the point of being able to maintain night vision. It should be like targeting 0 at this point. Like definitely targeting 0. And that is too slow. Now that I see this. So maybe twice as fast as that. Or a little bit more than twice as fast as that. Oh, and I have it doubled. Don't. Yeah, the explosion needs to have 2 curves running for sure. It needs to be running it needs to be running like a ramp up speed and a ramp down speed. Maybe not. Maybe it shouldn't, actually. Yeah, maybe it's just one constant. A constant speed. Because this one is more like Iris. Like iris aperture size, right? That's what auto exposure approximates. This feels ridiculously bright. I think I definitely gotta figure out like fog color or something. Because that's way too, it just is way too intensely blue right at sunrise. The sky, yeah, it's definitely the fog's sky or aerial perspective value. Needs to be lower. But then also I want it to be, I still want it to match the color of the sky, I guess. What is this weird shape? There's like a bowl there. Interesting. Yeah, because once the, I want to go back over here and look at this white wall again and then turn around. So I can see that once more. Yeah, this is certainly getting just way too bright here, isn't it? It's still tracking down. At some point it should reverse and start going up. Yeah, there it is. That didn't look too bad. Bring it very high. I'm gonna turn around. I wonder about that. Do this again. And then turn around. What point does luminance, like, reverse, I guess? And start going up again. Does that, I mean, does this make sense? Staring at this wall should bring it that dark. Maybe that's just because my maximum is way too high. Yeah, let me bring it to like midday and like look directly at the sun. And that will be my maximum value. It may be that my max intensity is just too high. Yeah, luminance of like 0.2. So what does that translate to? Yeah, so like 0.25, I guess. Let me see if I can drop this max value until I get like 0.25 coming out of it. Try to speed it up by looking at. Yeah, the white here is definitely going to be faster. All right, so 5 is still too high. Oh wait, I have it turned on twice again. But I think it still means I need to go even lower with that. Yeah, where does it cap then? I guess I'm essentially just hoping that this eventually gets to a point where the value stops increasing. It hits a value and will like print out the same value twice in a row. It just dropped dramatically. What was that? Or did it? No. Okay, well, clearly this is still too high, right? Whatever this is, it's still too high. Yeah, that's still too high. Is this like working correctly? Okay, let me be like, let me change it to like point or 0 and see if I see anything, because I feel like 0 is gonna be too low. Because I've gone from like 10 to 0 at this point. I guess I can actually look at this. What did it clamp to? This value is just going up. Oh, 0.24. Okay, weird. All right. Why do they start you so high? Or wait, no, this is 0.125 now. Never mind, I was reading the wrong number. So 0, I want to double that? To what, 1 then? Will this stop at 0.25? Or there, about there. Cool, 0.25, alright. Alright. Yeah, that's a much better value. Why do they go for such a high value on the brightness? Like there are very few things in the world that are brighter than the sun that we can resolve. I mean, we literally can't resolve the sun anyway. Maybe I should do like 0.5. Go halfway between, if that is how that works. If this would be about halfway between 0.125 and 0.25. Yeah, about there, I guess. I can no longer walk into a white wall, turn around, and have like a dark world behind me. Alright. That's a way better value. Honestly, I may even just go to 0. I may actually just go to 0 and not allow exposing higher than that. Also, I feel like it might get glitched or something. This could get glitched, I feel like. Let me, let me try reloading. Yeah, it is glitched. The auto exposure keeps it bright. Because even though I've turned off auto exposure, it's still like technically on or something and loading. What if closing can make it work? No. Wow, that's dumb. I have to reload the project to fix that. Or maybe this is just because auto exposure isn't running until I'm in the game, I guess. But yeah, I definitely need a different function for the scotopic sensitivity, because this means I'm like fully sensitive, or like I'm at a quarter sensitivity in bright daylight. Yeah, it's got to be tuned quite substantially. So I essentially go from 125 is like my one value. So yeah, this should probably shift to like, okay, this is like kind of crazy though. How could I squash this? I guess square rooting. Or raising this to a power. Yeah, that doesn't work. I feel like 0.5 and then 2, or that doesn't do anything, right? That doesn't do anything. Is this like squashing it? No. Yeah, what value does it get down to when I start at night? Zero 0.048. Or wait, I said 0. I meant, yeah, 0.00048. Should I make it go even lower again? Should I make it go lower again? value has to be so small. What is value? 7257. This is squashing it. Oh, wow. Or is this just moving it left and right? Like if I make this go to like 100. Does it just keep moving left and right by like a log 10? And that's probably all I'm doing, right? I'm actually just changing the value of C. I don't know why I thought this was doing something. That's also just moving it, isn't it? Yeah. Man, log functions are weird. This curve is so strange. I'm trying to like squash it, but I mean, it just doesn't work. It just does not work like that. I guess that kind of works. What I would really like is this to be kind of this to be like near zero at this point. And then near one over here. Am I thinking about this wrong? So it's just kind of crazy what I'm doing to these values. This number is like too small at this point. This number is too small for this curve. Let me see something. Yeah, I don't know why auto exposure just doesn't work. It's really quite annoying. That brings back to like 20 stops. That makes it, this makes it more... I'm trying to figure out what this does. Is this dynamic range? Interesting. Is auto exposure on? Is this really just setting aperture to that value? Has that much of an effect? Two to 4 for indoor lighting. I mean, it's just crazy stuff. I think I'm really messing around right now. I'm like lost. What am I doing? Gosh. I think I've lost a lot of... like wanting to go fast. Like I've slowed down in recent days. So this function, I can't make this function work. I think this one is just a dud. That's a dud function. Because this value is way too small. This is just way too small. Then I guess what I would really do is do like this and then move it over, right? Wait, what? How does that not move it? Is this +1? Weird. How do I get it closer? Is it this value? I have to make this like 2? Or like 0.1? Well, now that's... I'm just putting C back into this. But it does slowly inch over. Why? Why? Yeah, why does this not work? Dude. Going crazy. This is me going crazy. What am I trying to do? I want to function... Oh my gosh. Because my luminance like doesn't even hit 1. I don't even hit 1 luminance. And the intensity of my light is like at 1, right? So we'll look at my sunlight. I'm at 100,000. One light energy. Right, this is as bright as it gets. Yeah, my luminance reads 0.9. So this perhaps is not a proper calculation of luminance, is it? Because, I mean, my thought would kind of just be like... Oh, wait, this moves it over? Multiplying that by 10 moves it as well? Wow. Then how would I squash it? Maybe I could raise this to C. Okay, these values are reasonable. What about 100 though? So at 0.039, yeah, alright. I might like this. Maybe I would actually cube this. Just gonna make this one, there's no need for that to be 0.04. What about this? So at 0.0765. Because I think 10% is about where... Yeah, 0.081. 0081. Let's see if I can find what time of day is that value. Well, auto exposure does work. Why does it absolutely look brighter in here, though? This is definitely brighter here, right? Like, does that feel brighter than here? Maybe not. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so let me try to hit 0800811253, something like that. time of day is that? Maybe somewhere around here, probably. Okay, so that does not. Yeah, I need a point at 0, 0, 1. And I'm going to say that's going to be my 0 point. Like a hard 0 point. Yeah, this has to be a 0 point. Okay. Alright, so now I'm looking for 0033. Okay. Wait, what? Hang on. No. What was I looking for? Alright, 003. 2 zeros. This is 001. Okay. Gosh, all over the place. 2 zeros. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna have huge values again. That's kind of nuts. All right, what? Okay, I think I need to find this again and make sure I understand what values I'm supposed to be searching for here, because I've done something wrong at some point. I seem to have numbers that don't make any sense anymore. This is not his page where the chart is. I closed one of these that I didn't want to close. I definitely want to close that one. Oh, is it somewhere up here? This is not a useful page. What? I've clicked close the page. Oh, gosh. What did I search for to find this page? I searched for auto exposure shader, I think. Thank you. I do visit very often. 0.18. This is a bit of a weird thing. I've seen this exposure compensation, I think, in a different place, and it does not give me... It seems like it doesn't give me the right... Seems like there's something weird happening. I will be right back. I've got to figure something out at this point. I have to say something simple that I can do. These functions are probably not gonna cut it, I think. Because if I really look at this range, this is the range that I would be at, right? So I think what I'll say is just have... Okay, here's my thinking. I need to have a sensitivity for color vision. At some point, at some brightness, color needs to go away and I only see the night vision color, I guess, right? But that could be a luminance per pixel on the screen as well. So let me start with that direction. Let me start with having something that just changes my color vision to non-color vision. Right? So I think that changes to like a minus. Maybe not. Maybe that doesn't work that way. Or would it be like over 1 plus x? Yeah, let me do this. At some point, color vision just goes away. You stop receiving color. You only see illumination. And that illumination is the night vision color. But the amount of this illumination you see is dependent on how powerful your night vision is, right? That's essentially what I'm trying to do. So I really need two things. It to get actually properly dark. So that would be let me search for this very specific thing that I know is probably gonna turn up. They call it this, right? This log intensity thing. Sorry. What is this? Wait, cones are like right there? Wow. Also, yeah, they have this gap here for the optic disc. I was saying a while ago. There's those images set up that have like 2 black dots, and when you look at one dot, the other dot disappears. That's what that is. That optic disc, as they say. What are MLs? What is ML? I guess what I would like to find is at what point do it's like -3? Yeah, something's weird about how I'm computing my luminance, I guess. So my luminance is 0.1, right? Or 0.1. So this is like -3. This is like where night vision is at this luminance. So everything right now would be dark and blue-gray, essentially. Which, I mean, doesn't make sense to me because this light is super powerful, right? I mean, even I have my flashlight. Very clear color. Right, I mean, it's like even barely, it's starting to become not visible. Just from the ambient color. The ambient lighting. Actually, I have bottomed out at 3 zeros. So this is at the -4. It's very weird. Something is strange about these values. Because this is approximately 10 times brighter now, and it feels like it's barely changed. So it only means to me that this luminance value needs to run through some other function, I think. This is what I'm really struggling with right now. Why did I open that and do? Okay. Not this guy. This guy. EV. So I go from like -8 to, am I at like -8? Is that what I'm at right now? I've opened it, I think I opened it up to -8. Yeah. -8 to 0. But these plots go up to like, you know, way up here, right? Exposure is a key value over clamped key value. Is this it? This is my key value over the clamped result of exposure. So should I make this like, oh, they say 0.18. Exposure. No, 0.18, I guess. Maybe I should use that value. Now I have exposure turned on twice though. Is this bugged again? No, the luminance is... Why is this so bright? Okay. The sky is really bright, is it not? Is this not like super bright? I think I gotta turn off the fog again. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. It looks just a little bit ridiculous. And this is really, it still feels like it's excessively bright to me. Mm. I guess what I would want to do is I want to pick an auto exposure value that, or like a minimum auto exposure value that kind of looks okay and it doesn't seem ridiculous. Because apparently this is still, I still want to expose darker for this, for the ground, right? So this to me means that -8 is too far. Or my luminance calculation must be wrong. Is that right? Wait, what? What can it drop to when I'm looking at this? I mean, eventually it'll settle on something. Okay. Alright, this is about where it stops. Oh, I guess I would just stand over here and see what it tries to expose to. So wait, this means it's not going low enough, doesn't it? Because if I can't expose correctly in here, what is this light set to? Also, this flashlight's like definitely too bright. I would say this flashlight's too bright. Which we have to turn that back off. So one second. Okay. So what am I trying to achieve here? I guess what I want to achieve is I need to like actually find my darkest point. So I guess I want to stand back here and pretty much set, do I have time turned off? I do, good. I pretty much want to find the point, I guess, where maybe I should also like turn off the sky. Let me turn that off. And then I will turn off fog. Right. Alright, so I want to say about here that's as dark as it can get. What's my flashlight set to actually? $25. I'll bring it down a little bit more. Okay. I brought it down. So I want it to be a little bit darker. Okay, yeah, I would say that's pretty much the point of darkness there. Maybe I'll even go a little bit higher than that, actually. All right. Maybe what I'll do is I'll like stand over here and like... Actually, yeah, that's a good idea. Let me move him over to... It's so dark. Let me move him over there. This is about where I want this stuff to end up. For being able to see in the dark with your flashlight. I want this to be about the distance you can really see with your light. And let me turn this off so that he's not receiving this light, because this light is no good. Right, if I hide it, it stops running. I think so. I don't know. This is hard to tell. And then so yeah, let me check if this. Yeah. All right. So that being hidden does disable it. Good. The minimum sensitivity I have that, or the minimum brightness that I can reach is 2000. So I guess I just set it to 2000. Well, not even that. I definitely want it to be at 0. Because I want there to be areas where there is no ambient light at all. Let me just set that to midnight. Literally the darkest condition possible. And I want to be able to resolve his shape, I think. So I can't see a shape there. So I guess that means I need to go lower. I mean, I definitely feel like he doesn't receive very much light to begin with. So am I really going to bring this down to like... I mean, what color is he? I can see him this close. I feel like this is definitely... I put it to -6, which is where I was thinking about putting it. Yeah, I can't see him until I'm like here. And this is really not much time. Okay, what if I just made the flashlight a little bit brighter then? It's hard to figure out what I should do. All right, let me put the flashlight at a value that I think that I know is gonna be final. All right, flashlight final value. It stays there. Flashlight does not change. Okay. So, all right, what would I actually have to go to before I can resolve him against the background? Because I feel like it means what I have it set to now means that I have to set this way lower than. All right, I can resolve him at this point. Yeah, this means I have to go to like -10. And then I can resolve his outline at this distance. Hmm. Let me turn off this light. That's probably a good idea, right? Turn that light off. Oh, is that moonlight right now? Oh, I never fixed the opacity. What is my moonlight brightness set to? 5. Wait, where is the moon? Oh, I can't see because the intensity of the sky is at 0. Okay. So I can resolve them really clearly at this distance. Alright, so somewhere between 9 and 10 is about the limit, right? Like if he were running towards me, I'd be able to see like movement there, I think. Let me go full screen. Yeah, I can resolve him very well at this point. I say very well. I can resolve him against a solid black background. So he's still quite dark because it's kind of like I can barely see him. So what does -8 give me? Yeah, I can't see him until this point. And that's too close, I think. So what? Oh, I hit stop by accident. Whoops. So yeah, the moon. It's crazy bright. Let's try -8.5. What is up with this, like, shadow thing? This is really strange. Moonlight has a really weird shadowing right now. let me change this to like 50. Maybe just 2 splits. At 100. I mean, I guess if I'm actually going to be showing shadows 1 each, I could just change this to 4 and match it to the sun. Couldn't I? Max distance 2000. I mean, I guess since it is actually darker, I could... Well, wait, how far away do I have to go? Like, yeah, where's the light inside? I guess 2 is probably fine, isn't it? Yeah, let me actually just copy what the sun has. I guess I'll drop it down to 1000 though, because this one you generally probably wouldn't be able to see across the map. It's raining now. Stream could die any minute. 004. Zero 1 and then 034. Yeah, that's not really good enough, is it? I'm gonna say 200 and bring up split 3. I'm really messing around with this too much, aren't I? That's the fade change. There's a way to see this in debug, right? Shadow splits. There we go. Yeah, this one can come down a bit, honestly. And yeah, I would say about here probably is where this one splits. And that final one I can't even see. What is going on over there? That's crazy. Let me turn this off. Oh yeah, just that. Just display normal there. Hmm. B5. I really want to get that shadow to go away. Does that just mean max distance should probably be lower? Because then that would get more precise there. Whoa. Lightning. Yeah, now there's a lot of... It's raining and thundering loudly. And there's a lot of, that. You know, whatever. That is really loud. Okay, well... Back to figuring this out. Maybe it should be a little bit brighter. I cannot... I can barely hear myself. I feel like that is so loud. Like, I almost wonder if that's hail, but it's not hail. Here. So negative 8.5, I feel like still isn't far enough. Then negative 9 just seems too far. So negative 8.8. Maybe 8.7. Okay. This does make the flashlight look really bright, which I guess is, I mean, is kind of correct, right? This is like supposedly supposed to be a really bright flashlight. And then moonlight is actually very, very bright, honestly. So now I guess I would be turning this down, wouldn't I? Maybe to 2. Maybe 2 is still too bright now. Well, I guess the moonlight's gonna go to like a real value. Like 0.5. So this is the point where I would have this extra exposure level. This is basically... Yeah, I guess I now have this kind of at like the limit of color vision, right? Like I can't, this is actually just totally dark, right? Maybe I should even, maybe now I should even like bring it back up. So now that I think about this, how this is actually working. If I bring this to -8. Honestly, this flashlight's pretty big, I think. Why did I close it? I didn't really want to do that. Let me bring this down. A few degrees. Okay. Alright, so I guess my idea there was that I just would set my auto exposure to a value for color light. Now at this point what I would start doing is I would have the shader essentially just start reading in. Let me even turn time back on and well yeah, I mean this should bring the moon back. Yep, there it is. Spooky. I'm just gonna sit around in the dark and kind of wait for night to become day. It'll be a few minutes, I think. I kind of don't really have a good sense of how fast time passes that I've set it to. It's 1 to 30, but I was having it print out every second how much time passed, and 30 was somehow making a minute pass, which I would have thought that should make 30 seconds pass. So perhaps somewhere I've messed it up somewhere and it's actually passing twice as fast. Right, so the sky is now lighting up. What time is it then? Two a.m. Bit early, I feel. Maybe my timer was actually wrong, because now that I'm counting like every second, it feels like 30 seconds go by. Yeah, okay, so I guess my time is right. I wonder if I have a mistake in the shader. I guess if I think about what time this really is compared to the other side, this is 8 p.m. No, this is like 9 p.m. Yeah, that is. There's got to be a mistake in my shader, I think. I wonder if it like has the sun being too high or something. I don't know. Maybe one day I should wake up really early and sit outside and see what time the sun actually, or the sky starts getting bright, and write it down. What time do I notice light? It also seems like the ground, the ambient light, does not match the sky brightness as well. Because this almost feels like it's day, like how bright it is. And the sun's not even up yet. Maybe I just don't understand. Maybe I just don't understand how bright it gets. You know what? I'm actually suspicious now. Because that was like 2 a.m. that I started seeing light. So it's like 4 hours of actual darkness. So if you think about like a 24-hour day, 12 hours the sun is above the horizon. 12 hours is below the horizon. Of those 12 hours, 8 hours, this is saying that 8 hours of that time, it is close enough to the horizon to bring light. So if I think about it like a globe, what happens when the sun sets? There's like a very thin sliver where there's actually light. And then after that, it's totally dark. Going by this, it would be like dim blue light around the whole like core, like a full third of the back of the earth is lit with like a dim blue light, the sky. And then the rest of that is, no, something's got to be wrong with the position of the sun in the shader, I think. I think something might be wrong with that. Because now I'm just too suspicious about this. Something just seems wrong. Okay. I've been suspicious about it for a while, but now I'm like actually definitely super suspicious. So this takes in a sun direction. Also trailing spaces. Let me go look at the source. Because I know I kind of tuned something at one point, but I don't know exactly what I've changed. Also, what does this move the sun between? Does this move it between like midnight and noon? It's here. Get sun direction. So it's on the horizon. 90 is zenith. So negative 90. Totally dark. Negative 80. Oh, and then I want... So I feel like you shouldn't be able to see this until it's like really quite close to the horizon. Does negatives not work? Wait. I feel like I should have seen it by now. -5 puts it on the horizon. What? Yeah, this is what I would expect. This like doesn't show up at all until you're like pretty much on the horizon, right? So let me check what I've put in. I think I have... mine is remote continental in 0005. Six. Okay, that's really, really suspicious. Right. This is, I mean, 2 degrees is where it's like 2 degrees is where it's like touching the horizon. Wow, I have definitely done something wrong. That is so far off. Alright, so what have I done? This is even like a really low exposure too. Oh, that doesn't even track there, never mind. Let me even take this off, the gamma correction. Or sorry, 1 is where it's touching the horizon. Yeah, I've got an issue. I have a serious issue somewhere. And is this computed correctly? I mean, I'm guessing it is, right? How long does it take me to get off the screen? I guess it's already off the screen. There it is. So yeah, not even very far. So this isn't like a high FOV thing. Yeah, I must have a serious problem somewhere. Right. Okay. So let me see if I think all these values are fine, right? Earth radius. I don't have anything that's like ridiculously off. Any of my constants. 100. Yeah, that all seems correct to me. So my next thought would be that, I mean, I guess let me just go straight to this one. This is like the last step before it gets to me. This is responsible for essentially putting the color down, and then I draw from that. So I get a UV. Okay, so this UV should be Is that already wrong? This UV should be Is this the actual wrong thing? This should be the size of Wait. Resolution. Y times 2 minus 1. I mean, that's all pretty much the same. This one could be wrong. Elevation azimuth, cosine, 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 sine, sine. I don't believe I've like if I altitude is less than atmosphere thickness, this would be true. So it's just that. And transmittance is compute in scattering, rate origin, TD. And then we compute it linear from SRGB. And then I store it at that point. This UV could be wrong. Params size steps x. This would be in compute sky. Or physical sky compute. So I say that size steps is the first value, and I'm reading the second value from that. The first value, x. I'm reading the x from size steps, first value. Oh, size steps. Okay. Size, comma, steps is essentially what that means. Why did I do that? Why do I return that as a vector? I feel like that's a bit silly. And if inscattering is this over size steps y, which is sky steps, which is just like a constant value. How many times am I doing it? Yeah, scattering steps. Okay, but that makes sense, I guess. The global identification ID is essentially a pixel that we're working on. And then I pass in the size, which is fixed. I remember this being a weird one that I struggled to figure out. I think it's not that my sun position is wrong. I think it's that my scattering. Somewhere in my scattering is wrong. I'm scattering like light over the horizon, essentially. Like unrealistically deep into the horizon. Far over the horizon or something. Whatever, however you would say that. Dot negative redirection with sun direction. Get sun direction. Okay. And let me just do this, I think. It's like impossible to see now. Okay. Eyes less than scattering steps. Because what I did was I just copied this and I fixed like the name errors or whatever. But I could also believe that I probably did something, I don't know, did something weird. Something wrong. I'm shadowing. This is something I've added. I don't think it's necessarily wrong. There's a problem. I think it's got to be here, right? This is the issue. Because the idea is that pretty much I start at the sun and I come towards me and I say, or I just do some rays really. And I hit, I mean, I would like go through the ground, right? Or like hit the ground or something. Because it feels like, I mean, there's definitely no light coming from the ground or through the ground, but something's just got to be wrong. I think the sky is definitely getting too bright way too quickly. Because this one doesn't get bright until the sun is like on the horizon, which I feel like is correct. I feel like that's what I see, right? Should I include this? No, if eye altitude is less than atmosphere thickness, that's always true. Never mind, I don't need to include that. Those are constants. I mean, this one couldn't be wrong, right? How do I keep hitting that by accident? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, these are all just copied. I've never done anything. With like changing these. It's always just been a copy. I could believe that my direction is wrong. The way I'm passing in my sun direction. But I mean, it gets it right though, because that's responsible for the Mie, right? That's at the right position. Okay, the only thing I've seen so far that was weird was this shadowing value that I have. No, but that's fine, because that just comes in to say like, oh, the sun is like behind, you know, the moon. So there's like some value of shadowing there. So it basically like turns off the sun, is essentially what that does. Ugh. Get atmosphere collision coefficients. Oh, right here. I don't believe any of these could have been, like, I would have changed these. Like, I'd even fix the spaces between these. I mean, what did I, like... It's definitely wrong, right? It's definitely wrong. I think I have like, what, like 64 steps here or something? Do I get more lights? What about this one? There's like no change beyond that point. In the brightness of it. Um, this isn't it. This is like multiplying back to the sky or something. Yeah, I mean, like, looking at what it looks like here, when the sun is, like, pretty much on the horizon. I mean, what's wrong here, you know? I mean, is there any way I can make this even look like mine? Because, yeah, I go 5 degrees, it's gone. There's nothing there anymore. What if this really is just like an exposure thing? What about 15 degrees? It's gone. I go like positive exposure. I can kind of see light, I guess. Yeah, I mean, there's light now. I mean, I couldn't even say this is just auto exposure either, because this would be at like 2000, right? At this point. Something. I don't know, is this suspicious? It's like 3 a.m. But this brightness. Something just feels wrong. I guess maybe this is a sign that let me turn off the terrain and just look at the sky. Maybe the sky intensity just doesn't match. I mean, because this is also more about like it's not sky intensity, right? I mean, because this is like the default value. How is there light here? There's, oh, this is the water plane. Okay. Let me turn that off too. You're right, 3 a.m. like, no, it doesn't look like this. Let me look at where the moon goes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the moon goes really, you know, quite far under. Let me change. Let me set my shader when it draws the sun disk to just draw. I feel like it's definitely doing it wrong. Sun disk. Right. This is multiplied by transmittance, isn't it? It's not. Sun color. No, that didn't do anything. Oh, times transmittance here. Okay, get rid of that. Here's times 1. Where does the sun go? So do I have a bad position for the sun here? Is this like... It goes almost totally overhead, then it comes down, and it goes far down there, right? Oh my gosh, please, 0. You know what? I feel like that's not quite as low as it's supposed to be going. I feel like it should actually be going quite a lot lower than that. So maybe it's my rotation there that's wrong. I'm just so suspicious that I've done something wrong here, that it's just staying way too bright way too long. I can't imagine the sun is actually barely going under the horizon at like midnight. Yeah, I mean, this is like barely, that's like barely under the horizon. In fact, now it's midnight and I can still see like the sky is bright. I can actually still see color in the sky. Let me see if anything here sticks out as being particularly wrong. This should just spin it around. Yeah, okay, so it just spins it around. Latitude brings it up and down. Okay. Alright, that seems fine. I mean, essentially 41 should put this on the horizon, shouldn't it? I guess it would actually be like... Wait, what? Really? So those values are way too precise. I don't need a planet tilt to be... that specific. That's kind of ridiculous. So this feels like it's not correct. I would think if I'm at a latitude of 41 and I'm tilted 40 degrees, it should put the sun on the horizon. People don't know how good food tastes today compared to 100 years ago. Worst part is how much sugar food has. It's insane. No wonder diabetes and obesity is so normal. Yeah. Definitely everything's got sugar in it. Like this may not be correct. I mean, I guess this is like, you know, a point. Would this be like 0.5? I just read it. Forgot my origins. So it's noon. Weird. It's like an upside down planet. Wait, what? Oh, I guess this is like 0 tilt, right? Yeah, see, now it's like not bright until like 6 a.m. Like you don't see any light until like 4:30. And it's nothing for a long time. Put tilt back actually. I mean, I don't know. This just seems. Oh, gosh. I don't know. I can't tell. I kind of really can't tell. 180 degrees of field. Go to view, please. There we go. That's kind of insane, actually. Godot cannot handle that field of view. Never mind. Like, is something wrong? Something wrong? Where's the sun? Yeah, it just seems like it doesn't go down far enough. But I know that I have like a certain tilt and I have a certain latitude. Like it's dark like right after the sun goes down, after it's below the horizon, it's dark. I don't think it's the shader. The counterclockwise rotation is definitely correct. I don't know, this one seems a bit weird. I think what I should do is I did some tests. Let me do some tests again. Okay. So no tilt and I'm at 90. So the sun should always sit on the horizon. All times a day, right? Pretty much. I mean, I think it's technically like bobbing up and down just a little bit. It is, which is a bit weird. I don't think it should be doing that. Yeah, I don't think it should be doing that. Yeah, why is it doing that? Okay. So this test has shown me that for some reason being... Yeah, what? That's already like noticeably wrong. Right? Yeah, this is under the horizon now. Why is that under the horizon? It even knows it's under the horizon. Yeah, it should just be rotating around the Y. It should not be rotating around the X at all. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna redo this a little bit. And at the end of this, I'm gonna write some basis equals some basis. So okay, so I don't think that's right. I think I should rotate. Essentially, I would just take yeah, I think the spin of the Earth. Rotate object local. I think the order that I should do this in is essentially, I don't know, a way that sounds logical to me is I start by rotating essentially rotating on the so latitude radians. How does this set? Pi over 2, so this is 90 degrees minus 90 degrees minus degrees to radians. So if I say 90, this comes out to be 0. If I say negative 90, this comes out to be 180. Let me just make this that. Seems a bit overly complicated, I think. Okay. So what I will do is I take the sun, I'm going to spin it around just normal, like default. Okay. Rotate it around what axis? Rotate it around, I think. What have I said? What have I said? This is rotating around down. The down vector, which I feel like is kind of, that's really strange. This is all a bit strange. Rotate Z. So essentially like, yeah, I think it did this in a strange way and I just never really thought about it very well. And it's probably a bit strange. Rotate it on an axis, so I want to rotate it around. Let me just start by the hour angle. Okay. I'll just start here. Right. And then, what do I say where north is? The direction of north. So if I say 0, a rise east set west model. So if I say 0, Which way is forward? I guess this would be north. Man, I can't remember how I set this up. Rotate around Y by north radians. So I've taken whatever I have, subtract 90 degrees. So that would put it, and yeah, that can be at the end, I don't know. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Earth plus viewer rotations. Back. Is this what I should do? This is also strange. So yeah. Let me say okay, wait, maybe this is fine. Place the viewer on the Earth. I would spin 0 to face north. And then I would rotate, Earth rotates counterclockwise, so down. It's just this. Oh man, I just don't like any of this. I hate this all. The moon is 0. So this means that it should always be in line with the sun. I mean, why is it going down? So the moon's there. Does the moon go over the horizon? It does. Why? The moon goes quite far over the horizon, actually. I don't have any tilt. Like this is the moon's, yeah, that's like the moon's tilt. Let me try doing this. Let me try turning this thing off. This, like, extra over the horizon thing. Yeah, let me take those out. Do they still do this? Like bobbing up and down over the horizon. Because where the moon is now is probably where it should be. The whole time. Okay, okay. The moon stayed in the right spot. Does the sun. I had a feeling that I might have done this wrong in the past, and I just never really looked at it. Okay, so this is wrong. So what I should do is probably something like yeah, rotate about this specific axis that I wanted to raise up on. So this would be it would be its forward axis, its forward vector, crossed with the up vector. And I would get that. So it's forward vector crossed with the up vector. By argument 1 should be float, but is a vector 3. What? Oh, why? Is this correct now? Now it should just forever sit slightly above the horizon, but never do any dipping. Okay. Was that my mistake this whole time? Was I computed this wrong? Why did rotate X not work? I don't know. Okay, but this was clearly wrong this whole time. Goes back to 41. In this tilt. Yeah, it still feels like it's oh man, it's actually kind of worse now. It's actually kind of worse. It still comes really far overhead. And then it's like it hits a stopping point there and it stops going down. Alright, where would it be if I don't do this? So I've got it about centered. Actually, not even that. I should look at its Z basis. Negative 0.3 is what it's looking at. Okay, so it basically didn't change at all. Why? Is this like the tilt? Is this really that? This 20-degree tilt should only like bring the sun up a little bit, right? 5 degrees, 10 degrees. Okay, let me do this. I feel like I really need to do something here. Let me allow this to be negative. And I'm going to make it like the negative value of this. Because kind of an issue that I have right now is I can only be like on the solstice, pretty much. Either the shortest or the longest day of the year. Where the hell is planet tilt? Okay. All right, you can be negative 180 if you want. Wait, why is this at 0 still? Please. I mean, I must have done tilt and latitude wrong, right? That's not... No. I do not believe... the sun to be barely over the horizon at noon, where I live in the winter. Something is wrong here. Isn't latitude supposed to... Oh my gosh, what have I done? This sky stuff, I have it set up in such a bad way. I really do. The sun and the moon have like 2 different ways of calculating their position in the sky. But it just works out that they line up. I mean, yeah, where's planet tilt here? There it is. I mean, I think what should happen is... Man. I mean, I've done tests where I like put it to the extremes and I say, okay, you know, this is like correct, right? If we have the 90-degree tilt and I'm at, and I'm on here, the sun shouldn't move. Yeah, the sun doesn't move, right? Time of day, sun doesn't move. Now, if I start coming off a little bit, the sun's going to start, you know, moving around a little circle. Okay, apparently not. Okay, so this is a mistake then, isn't it? The sun should be spinning. Should be doing like a little circle right now. Right? Essentially, I just take the planet and I have tilted it straight towards the sun. Right, so if I'm standing at 50, the sun would just go in a circle. Or what would it do? Yeah, why is the sun not moving at all? Okay, so something's gone... At some point, I've done something wrong. Planet tilt 0. Latitude 0. Just go straight overhead. Wait, what? Actually, wait, what did I just do? Did I change something here? I didn't think I did. I'm really confused now. What? Okay, now I gotta figure out what code has changed here. I'm totally losing it. I've come back on this thing so many times. I feel like I might need a day to just sit down and do stuff off stream. Okay, so latitude... Right, that was one thing I need to put back. That should be what I did wrong. Or forgot to fix. Forgot to change back. Okay, so 0, 0. No, that's still just not right. Alright, reload that, please. Something just feels weird. Okay, I have no idea what the hell changed, but alright. Alright, so planet tilt 90. Sorry, 90. And I am at 90. The sun will stay overhead. That's right, the sun will be overhead. It won't move because I'm just spinning. Now if I start coming down my latitude, start passing time, the sun will move around in a circle, and it's not doing that. You have to reload the scene every time? Is something just... Okay, so this is still a problem then. Latitude is not working correctly. Alright. Is the moon moving? Oh my gosh, the moon is moving correctly. sun's not moving correctly. That's what I would expect to see. At like 85 degrees, it has like a 5-degree range that it runs around in. Okay, I guess more like... Wait, even 90 is kind of strange, isn't it? Why is the moon moving? The moon's not supposed to move either. Man. It's also broken. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. Okay. So, honestly, I just gotta rewrite this. I've straight up gotta rewrite it. I have to figure out a proper way to do these transformations that... essentially, I write it, and then I look at it, and it works exactly. Because when I made these originally, I was just trying to, like... I was straight up just guessing at how I would apply them. And I've clearly applied them wrong. And I thought I did apply them right, because I remember testing this planet tilt 90, latitude 90, which puts me on, like, you know, the top of the Earth, but the top of the Earth is facing the sun, and when I rotate the Earth, the sun would kind of go around in a circle. The moon was doing it, but the moon is honestly doing it way too extreme as well. So it's like the moon has an extreme rotation for some reason. I don't know, maybe it's not even extreme. Maybe it's not even that extreme. Like if I set its orbit offset to be 1, now it's at the opposite side, and this should not move it. Okay, I guess you can move it a little bit. Because the inclination. So if this is at 0, now it doesn't move. Yeah. Good. So this makes sense. And then I guess as I move this, it gets closer and closer to the sun. So now as I change time of day, it should just go around like a circle, pretty much. Although that's actually not right. No, that is right. That is right. This is right. Because the orbit offset is right. That okay. This is correct. Right. This is what you would expect to happen. Okay. So the moon seems like it's actually correct. The sun definitely, I don't know when it got messed up, but it definitely got messed up at some point. Because it shouldn't be moving right now, but then if I come down to like 80, it should be moving. It should be spinning around in a circle, and it's not. So I don't know. Let me even double check that I don't... Yeah, it says that I don't have any changes there right now. I have no changes there right now. I mean, I guess I can double check. Yeah, no changes there. So, I mean, just like, how did that even happen? I guess the moon one, I had to really do the moon one correctly. I mean, this all seems right. So maybe I should just kind of copy this. Should I have like an Earth? Because the way that I model it is I model the sun as moving, when really the observer and the Earth moves. So maybe I should store the Earth's position. You know, let me do that. And I'll even model the Earth's orbit as well, because this is something I want. Yeah, let me put this under planet attributes. Is it a subgroup? Export group. So I guess I'll essentially just have this too. I'll have a inclination. I think a tilt is its axis tilt. So let me move this down to here. I'll just call it planet, I guess. This isn't necessarily Earth, right? Alright, I gotta change my task text. I gotta change this title to so orbital parameters. I would have tilt. I have an inclination. I'm gonna copy what I have for this one. Where is it? This the inclination of the planet's orbit to the ecliptic plane in degrees. This is applied as if the moon was between the Earth and Sun towards Earth. So fix the orbital motion and prograde for values 0 to 90 and retrograde from 90 to 180. Okay. Also fix the orbital motion and prograde and retrograde. See inclination phase to spin the orbital node. Alright, now let me just go get the Earth's inclination. Do we technically have no inclination? By definition of how we define it? To invariable plane. To sun's equator. What is this? Is by definition 0 degrees. Okay. So I guess I would actually just say 0. So I just wouldn't have this. That's fine. Okay. So the planet tilt, and then I would have the yeah, I guess tilt phase, right? I should have the tilt phase, which essentially allows me to orbit the moon around the, or orbit the Earth around the sun. Yeah, in pi radians. Um, okay. So I think what I should probably do is do very closely to what the moon does, where it creates an Earth. Essentially, I think I should create an Earth transform. So I have this imaginary object that I rotate according to its parameters. And then I would rotate that as well. And then I would have a viewer transform, which is essentially just the viewer transform. How would that apply? Because it matters the most for tilt and latitude, how those work together. I can also essentially fake latitude by moving the sun up and down. Should I do this? Just kind of copy this. Because this is probably mostly correct, right? Man. All right, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save a Earth basis or planet basis because this is like bothering me too much. And I'm just gonna update this. What I would really like to do is to be able to just say, all right, here's the planet basis, and then I do some kind of rotation around this axis. Why is this a transform? Yeah. What I think I should do is I would basically just compute the transform of the Earth that does not include this hour angle. The Earth and viewer. And then I would take like, you know, my moon and rotate it around oh man. I'm totally losing it. Alright. I don't know, I'm just getting kind of sick of this. I'm kind of getting sick of this. I've pretty much done nothing in a day. I mean, I don't know, man. These are like hard problems, right? This is stuff that you just sit down and you're like, oh, type, type, type. It's done, you know? I guess what annoys me is I thought this was done, and now I need to kind of rethink this. This seems fine, but it also seems not correct because I include this hour angle in there. Which, I mean, I guess that's technically correct, right? You would, you know, if I think about how the Earth moves, you would essentially the Earth is just, you know, spinning on its own. And as a viewer on the Earth, the only thing that effectively changes is your latitude and your direction of north. So these two are like positions, essentially. Where are you standing and which way do you call north? And north is pretty easy. This is just like kind of applying the opposite to like your terrain. So if you were to stand still and then spin the ground underneath you, you know, you can think of all the land on Earth just spinning around to like align itself to north. Essentially, that's what this does. But I'm trying to think, where does this split? How do I make that split? I'm back. So, unfortunately, I'm going to stop here. I think a break may be in order. Because I feel like the past few days I've kind of like opened this up, started working on something, and made like no progress on anything. And I know I've been doing research and looking at stuff, but I feel like even that has been fruitless. I've kind of just come up with, yes, it's like how I thought, you know, I did find one good piece, which was the color of, like, essentially a monochromatic imitation of what your rod cells are sensitive to in the eyes. Right. So I may not take like a break from working on this, but I think I would definitely take a break from streaming for a day at least. Because I feel like at this point, it's the stuff I'm working on. The stream is a little bit distracting. It's a little bit distracting to me, and I feel like I can't just really sit down and like soak stuff up and focus on learning something or thinking about something without looking over and being like, is everything functioning? You know, am I sitting in silence for too long? Should I say something? Right? And then I also kick myself and I get a little bit frustrated that I would sit down for hours and pretty much do nothing, or not have anything to show for it. So yeah. I may not be back tomorrow, probably not, but I will certainly work on this more, maybe. Yeah, thanks for watching and chatting. I really appreciate it. And I will be back another day. Goodbye.